treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his point. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Talking about 0 point, the points lost on them. Capital structures crumbling from the same old stem. They laugh like I'm crazy, but I see it all so clear. Exploited labor, unheard, injustice burning ears. Fighting for a change in this wasteland of noise. But they call me foolish, white t-shirt boys. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world he can't employ. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his point. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Chasing revolutions in their darkest nights. A dreamer with vision beneath the laughter and noise. A future so bright waiting for the right choice. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world he can't employ. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his point. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice?
Everyone needs just a little foundation. Feel the pulse, divine sensation. Everyone needs just a little salvation. Seeking out the morning cosmic flight, holding on to stars of starlight. There's a light within the dark waves, guided by echoes of ancient ways. You will find one reflection. With everything there's a connection. Feel the pulse, divine sensation. Everyone feels a place around invitation. There's a light within.
In a lab, my dust cracks the code tonight. Oh yeah, that's true. Wires and circuits that shine in neon light. Oh yeah, seen you creating power from the air. These smiles and delight. Oh yeah. Mike does it right. Hey. Mike does all Mike, he's the one teaching us knowledge. Lighting the sun, trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest friends. Down in the basement, secrets start to glow. Oh yeah. With Nathan, Drew, in the show. Oh, brilliant team. Mike came on Friday. We're letting knowledge. He's the one teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun, trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans. Years of thought, bringing dreams to life, turning theories into electric light. Mike and us, a journey to ignite. Oh yeah. We've reached new heights. Hey. Mike does all Mike, he's the one teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun, trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans.
In the depths of hidden files, trapped inside the secret circuits, unraveling through the miles. Oh, truth was masked by golden curtains. In it now, we're shining. Revelations on the rise. From the shadows, light emerges, breaking through the veils of dark. 0 points and gravity converge, yeah. Dying voices, revelation start. Ancient whispers call. They're begging us to open our eyes. We stand tall, defying all their lies. In the end now, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power. Revelations on the rise. Forbidden knowledge we dare to see, unveiling secrets, setting minds free. In this epic we play our part with fearless hearts. And then now we're shattering the silence. Feel the power. Revelations on the rise.
Secrets and shadows, true quest to follow. Ancient designs, all lost to time. Eyes of the blind, rulers of kind. Knowledge and love, locked in their throne. Tear the veil from their lies, truth will rise. Break the chains from our minds, free
Hello, hello. Give me 1 second, guys. My camera background is still there. There we go. All right. Welcome back to Beneficence TV Live. Today we're going to be going over some economic updates, and specifically I'm going to introduce, or we're going to be watching the introduction to Marxian economics by Professor Richard Wolff. Specifically, I'd like to do at least one of these socioeconomic live streams at least once a week. It is my primary background in terms of academics. I studied Marxian economics for nearly 10 years, and to this day, I have not encountered one person outside of studying Marxian economics that actually understands what Marxian theory is, including anyone from the fringe science team. And these live streams are there to kind of separate fact from fiction, because I know a lot of people have little pieces of information about what it could be, but based on my interactions with everybody, they are remnants of what we call agitprop and not an actual accurate reflection of what Marxian theory is more of a caricature. And if you aren't aware of what agitprop is agitated propaganda used by a system or a country to ensure the conditions of its own existence. And now when capitalism is the dominant economic system of that country, of course you're going to ensure the conditions of your own existence by perpetuating that capitalistic system. And one of the ways that agitprop has done this is by snuffing out any legitimate criticism to capitalism, specifically Marx's contribution by recognizing and analyzing the internal contradictions that often lead to instability and unequal outcomes for workers. And this is very basic analysis. There's no magic here. There's no assumptions here. We can do everything with arithmetic, and I can show you the labor theory of value as an equation, and you can actually calculate how much your worker is exploiting you, which is important but also frustrating. Now, to start out with this live stream, we are going to be going into the introductory material by Professor Richard Wolff, and I chose Professor Richard Wolff because he is the most knowledgeable person on the planet when it regards Marxian theory, and specifically his interpretation of Marxian theory is the one that I closely align to. Because again, Karl Marx died before he could finish his work analyzing capitalism. So we have a lot of holes in his theory regarding what to do about these internal contradictions. Now, he laid out the framework of recognizing the internal contradictions, recognizing the flaws of an economic system, but he did not provide an exhaustive blueprint for the requirements necessary for an economic transition into a scientific utopia, which he considered communism, or a moneyless, classless, and stateless society. Now, this often gets confused with a communist state, which isn't the actual economic division of that country. A communist state is simply a state controlled by a communist party, but it doesn't necessarily reflect communist ideals or a communist economy, because to this day, a true communist economy or communist society does not exist. Because if we go back to the original idea of communism laid by, well, it precedes Karl Marx, but his ideas of communism have three basic requirements that have not been fulfilled by any society. So again, the current economic division of a place like, say, China is actually a hybrid, and most countries are hybrid systems. They are mixed economies where you have a little bit of private industry, a little bit of capitalism, and then you have a little bit of government provided industry, right? Public industry. So what China is specifically is a mixture of that USSR-style socialism with the more modern-style socialism that is social democracies that we see in places like Norway and Finland. And again, I emphasize that if you are triggered by any of these words, socialism, communism, Marxism, you need to revisit the origins of these words and actually research the history and why you might be offended by them without actually understanding them fully. Again, this goes back to agitprop. And any system that's ensuring the conditions of its own existence is going to use propaganda, specifically agitprop, to agitate people into being pissed off about these concepts so they don't actually learn about them. That's why I considered Marxian theory forbidden. It is not taught in any mainstream college. You know, Richard Wolff has 2 doctorates, 3 master's degrees, and a whole host of accolades. He's been to every major university that you can think of, Harvard, I believe he went to Cornell, and all the top universities he's been through his entire life, and not one class was ever taught on Marxian theory. In fact, he had to learn about it in secret because most of his professors were afraid of the subject. Now, when you're afraid of the subject, that screams suppression. That screams forbidden science. This all goes back to asking your science teacher about 0-point energy, right? We know something's there, but we can't talk about it publicly. Now, let's just jump right into the introduction to Marxian economics so you guys can get a background and understanding of Marxian theory and how to actually, these courses will actually help you and how to apply this Marxian theory to your everyday life. Now, again, I do emphasize that Marxian theory, Marx developed something called the dialectical analysis, right? Before that, the philosophical way of understanding the world, the method was idealism. And that's just analyzing ideas and believing that ideas are the main reason why we see all the material changes in our world. But Marx, he took this one step further. He said, no, you can't just analyze the ideas when it concerns the material. You have to actually analyze the material world these people are living in to understand why some of those ideas come about in the first place. It's the back and forth between ideas and material. It's not just a one-way street. And applying this dialectical analysis, you can actually understand and break down more complex systems in very simple ways. And all he's doing is taking he's looking at the back and forth interactions between 2 opposing forces and then observing the created changes over time. It's just that simple. Just that simple. It's a scientific lens, people. It's not that complicated, and it's nothing to be afraid of. So let's jump into the first episode, or the first part of our video here, where Richard Wolff gives us the introduction to Marxian theory. All right, again, the channel is Richard D. Wolff with 2 Fs. I highly suggest you go and subscribe to his channel if you're interested in learning more in depth about Marxian theory other than outside of what we are learning in this class today. He is a plethora of knowledge and one of the most informative sources on the subject of Marxian theory. Now, if you're looking to someone like Ben Shapiro or Mark Levin for an understanding of Marxism, you're going to be severely disappointed because what they have to give you is a caricature of Marxism and not the actual scientific lens and information that Marx had to teach us.
Kinds of theory when trying to understand the world around. Okay. All right. So this is a course in
I'll be right back, guys.
Marxian theory. And I want to lay out for you a little bit about who I am and how this is going to be organized. It's going to be quite intensive. I have 4 weeks, every Monday for 2 hours, for 4 weeks, to present a kind of condensed, intense version of what I think Marxian theory basically is like. That means that today I'm going to introduce Marxian theory, but particularly by distinguishing it from other kinds of theory, so that you can see what makes it the unique and different theory it is, and enable you, hopefully, to use Marxian theory alongside of or instead of other kinds of theory when trying to understand the world around you, say, for example, the current economic crisis. First, let me introduce myself so you know where this is coming from. I'm a professional economist. I went to the university and got my PhD to become a professor of economics, and I have been doing that for the last 30 years. Most of that time at the University of Massachusetts in Amherst, from which I officially retired December of last year, and I now teach at the New School in Manhattan, New York City. In my capacity as an economist, I have had to learn both the conventional, often referred to as mainstream economic theories, and on my own, I learned the Marxian economic theory. I had to do it on my own because it's not part of the curriculum here in the United States. And a word about that is appropriate. In other societies, including many other capitalist societies, it is perfectly normal, usual, routine for people who are Marxists to lecture and teach courses in schools and universities alongside their non-Marxist colleagues. That is not the case here in the United States. The United States is afraid. As a society, it is afraid and has been for a very long time. So, for example, the majority of economics departments in the United States do not have any Marxists at all on the faculty. A few, in the interests of diversity or balance, get a token Marxist, a little bit like they would get a token woman, a token African American, etc. You get a token leftist, token Marxist. And there are some like that. And I myself have been that in a variety of situations. I was helped in my particular case, which is relevant here, because my education was at the what I consider the premier American universities. I went as an undergraduate to Harvard, then I went to Stanford to get a master's in economics, and then I went to Yale to finish my education, where I got another master's in economics, a master's in history, and a PhD in economics. So I am a loaded product of the best the United States has to offer. And apropos of a course in Marxian economics, let me explain that at no time when I was a student at Harvard or Stanford or Yale did any professor, with one exception, and he was the only Marxist there, no professor ever required me to read, with one exception, Marxism. Just didn't do it. If you ask these folks why, they would be awkward. There is really no explanation. The truth of it is, which they mostly wouldn't say, is that people my age, my colleagues, don't know Marxian economics. They're literally not qualified to teach it, partly because where they went to school, no one taught them, so where would they have learned it? They would have had to do it on their own, which is what I did. From an early age, partly because of my family and partly because of people that I sought out outside the university.
Again, this is another theme, another common theme we see with all forms of forbidden knowledge, all forms of forbidden science, like zero-point energy. You can't go and learn about these things in the traditional realms of academia. You'll get laughed at, or you will get referred away because of fear. So oftentimes we have to, as independent researchers, rely on teaching ourselves and learning about these subjects independently of mainstream academia, specifically because, you know, academia is still under that mainstream capitalist dominant system. And the system is going to do whatever it takes to survive, right? Like any other system, as it expands, it's going to ensure the conditions of its own existence, because as it expands, those conditions are always going to be considered.
I learned what this was about. I was given by kind professors who were friends in other departments or other universities. I was given books to read. They would occasionally meet with me to discuss it. Basically, I carved out.
And honestly, it's very unfortunate that Marxian economics or Marxist theory in general has been kind of swashed away almost in America. It is back on the rise, though. I will say that that's definitely a good sign, because people are becoming aware of how much they're being ripped off at work. They're being aware of the exploitation. They feel it every day. They know they're going home ripped off, but they don't have a critical framework to understand why, because the system squashes that criticism out. So you're left with kind of piecing together the conspiracy, as it were.
My own curriculum because I wanted to learn it. But absent that desire and absent some people to help me, it would have been undoable. So I am in a peculiar position as an older American professional economist, that I have had to develop in my life a competence in the conventional mainstream theories, because that's what they taught me in school. That's what they tested me on to get my PhD. And that's what I have to teach in many of the schools where I have worked in my life. That's my assignment. Go teach that material. So I know that, but I have also learned the Marxian alternative. My colleagues never had this opportunity. They know what they had to learn, like I did. But when I begin to talk, when I begin to present my analyses, they have no idea what I'm talking about. They either cannot participate in a conversation or make a kind of shorthand.
This is everything that I've experienced with people trying to keep up with conversations with me coming from a Marxist perspective, and they have absolutely no idea what I'm talking about, because they haven't studied the internal contradictions of our capitalist system. In fact, they have been lied to into believing that our system is perfect and maybe it just needs a couple of incremental adjustments. And that's just not the case. When you have an internal flaw or an internal contradiction within a system, that is not something that you can just fix with a quick marginal adjustment. That is something that is systemic, right?
In which they are either hostile, because Marxism generates hostile feelings in people.
It really does. You tell people you're a socialist, sometimes they get really angry.
That is, they offer a kind of Marxism in discussions with me that's a bit of a caricature. It's like the difference between trying to talk to a literary professor about a great piece of English literature and having someone chime in who never did more than read the classic comic book about that novel.
This is very important, because when you listen to people like Ben Shapiro, who basically know nothing about Marxism and in fact kind of promote this caricature of Marxism as, oh, we just want to take away your private property. And, you know, people like Ken Wheeler, who is extremely smart on the secrets of magnetism, even fall victim to this game, right? This is propaganda. This is a caricature. Marx didn't argue about he didn't give a damn about your personal property, as he called it. He cared about private property, and what private property to Marx was anything that had the ability to anything that had the ability to maintain production, right? So it wasn't like he was saying, oh, you can't have personal things. No, he's saying, oh, if you have a control of the sector of the economy, that control should belong to the actual workers who are working there producing what's being put out as a good or service, and not just one person at the top as an authoritarian hierarchy of top-down power with no pretense of democracy. Again, when we broke free from the feudalism in the French Revolution, they promised the capitalists, the people who promoted capitalism as a new system, they promised democracy and égalité and what was the other one? Fraternité, you know, democracy, brotherhood, equality, right? Those were the things that were promised. But, you know, fast forward 200, 300 years, And we don't see any of that. No pretense of democracy in the workplace. You go to work and you do what you're effing told. You don't get to say they can outsource your job tomorrow. You could be working there for 20 years. It doesn't matter. They don't give a damn.
Or about that piece. And that's not a very interesting conversation after a few minutes. So that's been my experience. And so part of the rationale for this course, the whole idea of teaching this way, is to try in my own limited way to remedy the defect of American higher education. The fear in the United States about confronting, learning, and critically thinking about an alternative way of thinking.
To me, this isn't really just about destigmatizing these topics. It's actually about deprogramming some of the brainwashing we've seen in the older generations, specifically from the Cold War era. Because, oftentimes you get interactions with people who get angry at some of these, they're trigger words for them. Socialism, Marxism, communism, they're all, they get angry. But they don't actually understand why they're angry about these things. They have a caricature that has been fed to them through propaganda, years of propaganda. And in my job here, in order to succeed in our next economic system, because again, any system with internal contradictions is doomed to fail eventually. We've seen that repeated throughout history through Marx's analysis of slavery and feudalism. The system will collapse eventually. We might not be able to determine exactly when. There are flags, but the system will succumb to its internal contradictions. And when it does, we need to be prepared for the next system in the protocols and methods and the principles that we need to have for the economy to succeed in promoting free energy devices instead of suppressing them. And this is vital. This is absolutely vital, because there's no point in trying to promote the science of free energy devices and some of these things like the rodent coil, for example, and sacred geometry. There's no point in promoting them if the next economic system that we have is just going to suppress them again, right? If we're just going to fall victim to the same mistakes that we've seen in this current economic system.
And let me give you a metaphor that I think captures this. If you were interested in understanding a family, say the family of a boyfriend or girlfriend that you had, or the family of a relative of yours, or the family of your neighbors, and you knew that there was mother and father and 3 children, and you began by saying, I'm going to ask the children what they think about this family. It'll be a way for me to learn about it. And you quickly discovered.
This is a very, very important analogy. You should pay attention to this analogy, because it's very critical when trying to have a conversation with somebody who will ignore any opposition or criticism to capitalism and just thinks it's the best thing since sliced bread, right?
About this family, it'll be a way for me to learn about it. And you quickly discovered that one of the children, the first one you happen to encounter, loves their mother and father and just thinks that the family they grew up in was a blessing, was the best possible family they could have had, that nurtured and loved them and so forth. Would you seriously think about this person's evaluation of the family? For sure. They were a child. Children study their parents a lot more than we mostly recognize. And so such a child would have invaluable insights into and knowledge about that family. Now suppose you found out that one of the other 2 siblings didn't like the family, didn't feel nurtured, felt excluded, felt hurt, felt to be less loved than the others. Would you talk to that one also if your goal was to understand the dynamic of the family? Would you restrict yourself to a celebrant, or would you feel it was more appropriate to interview the one who celebrates, but also the one who criticizes?
Exactly. You can't get a whole picture of what's actually going on objectively if you just analyze the one who celebrates the system and you don't interview, or at least take into serious consideration what the person who criticizes the system is saying, right? If you ignore that person, then you don't want to get to the truth. You just want to live behind a veil of ignorance.
I think most reasonable people would answer that question by saying, of course, to get reliable insights, you should investigate both the observer who loved and the observer who didn't, the one who praises and the one who criticizes. You will then have to make up your own mind as to which is the more persuasive, or more likely you'll take a little bit of each one in composting together your particular idea. That would be the reasonable way to do economics too. The point of the story is this. Capitalism in Europe is about 200 to 300 years old. And from the beginning of capitalism's arrival on the scene, as it replaced the pre-existing system, feudalism, that existed in Europe, capitalism, like every other economic system human beings have ever lived in, has had the people who love it and has had the people who don't. That's normal, that's natural. Karl Marx was born in 1818 in the midst of the successful emergence of capitalism in Europe. He's a product of modern capitalism as it took hold in the 19th century. He lived from 1818, when capitalism was really coming into Germany, to 1883, when capitalism had become the dominant economic system in that country. So he is a student of and a product of capitalism. But like many, he was a product who became critical. That is, his experience as a mature young person, I'm going to describe him in a few minutes, was an experience of thinking and living in capitalism that led him, as it did many others, to be critical. And he developed an analysis of capitalism that was critical of it. He believed the human race could and should do better than capitalism. As I say, I'm going to explain it now.
That is a real key point to kind of drive here, is that the idea, because socialists always have argued on what actual socialism is, except for the fact that we all agree on one thing. And if you don't define socialism as this, then you have a very skewed definition and a caricature. Because again, socialism is an umbrella term. It encompasses a wide variety of political ideologies and movements. So lumping socialism into one convenient category may be easier for somebody to attack using a logical fallacy, for instance, but it is not an accurate depiction of the actual history of socialism. And we have vehemently argued since the beginning, since its inception, what socialism is. But the one thing that we all do agree on is that we can do better than our current system. We can do better than what we're doing now. This system of capitalism isn't the end-all be-all. It's not the perfect system. We can do better. Again, if you, I always relate back to a family. You know, you go to the family unit and you look at the parents, right? The parents have a child, and the parents have one or two, or have one of two options when looking at that child, right? You can take one of these two perspectives when looking at your child. You can think that your child is the best he or she is ever going to be, or you can imagine that your child can do better. Now, most parents, and I would even argue that I would, as a father, if I ever had children, would want my children to be better, right? But we have this mentality of people who celebrate capitalism, who don't see the argument that we can do better, right? They think this is the best thing since sliced bread, and that this is the best it's ever going to get. And it's a very pessimistic and regressive way of looking at it, if you ask me, because we can always do better. We can always improve on a system, and it doesn't matter how many times we've said no to systems like systems in electrical engineering or mechanical engineering, for example. We've always challenged those notions, and we've always succeeded as human beings in making things better.
In a moment, but I want to get clear that he's critical, and that one of the key distinctions between Marxian economics and conventional economics is that the conventional economics fundamentally celebrates, applauds, and values capitalism. And Marx doesn't. They both study capitalism. A little footnote for those who may not be familiar with this. Marx never wrote a book about communism. Marx never wrote a book about socialism.
Absolutely.
He never wrote an article about either of these. That was not his interest. He felt that was looking into the future, which is...
And in fact, if you ever read the Communist Manifesto by Marx, he only picked that name to be provocative, to get to go viral, as it were, back then, right? He was kind of a clickbaiter in that sense, but because he wanted this information out there. But if you look at the actual source material and what's in the Communist Manifesto, it's basically a rally to arms for workers around the world. It has nothing to do with communism. That name was chosen to be provocative, to go viral, I guess, or as close to it as you could back then.
Is not what he did. He was an analyst of capitalism.
So he never wrote a book on communism,
how the capitalist system works. But he never hid the fact that he was a critic who wanted to get beyond capitalism. And so he's like that sibling who's critical of that family, as opposed to the celebrants who aren't. Let me turn then to Marx as a particular figure, since this critical approach to capitalism is associated with his name. As I say, he was born in Germany in 1818, and as a young man, he came from middle-class parents, and so he did something that was very rare for German young people at that time. He went to college. Something like 1% of young people ever did that. Which was typical in Europe at that time. Mass education is a 20th century phenomenon, didn't exist in the 19th century anyway. In any case, he went to the university and he majored in philosophy. And he got the equivalent of a PhD, his doctorate in Germany, and his first job was as a young professor of philosophy at a German university. Because this was around the middle of the 1840s, it was a time when there were revolutionary changes, because capitalism coming in and contesting with feudalism produced lots of struggle in these societies. And particularly in 1848, there was a wave of revolutions. They're called the revolutions of 1848. They happened in every European country. Marx got caught up, as many young intellectuals in Germany did, in the revolutionary ferment, and this introduced him to critical thinking about German society, which he really hadn't encountered so much as a pretty pampered young student who studied Greek philosophy. His doctoral dissertation was on Epictetus, an ancient Greek philosopher. So he got caught up in political action, like many young people, and it really changed his way of thinking. He began to be less interested in philosophy, although he always remained interested, and focused himself instead on understanding the world as it was. What he called, and others at that time called, political economy. In those days, they didn't make rigid separations between economics over here and politics over there. That was thought to be artificial and unlike the way the world was.
It was a very calculated and manufactured move on the part of capitalists, in my opinion, to separate the class of political economy into politics or political science and economics, because that just further obfuscates the fact that they're not intricately intertwined. Now, I do discuss primarily economics on this channel. I'm not really a fan of politics, but I do emphasize that politics plays an important part. It is intricate. I just come from a point of view where I don't think it's very useful or practical to put energy into politics at this time when both parties are basically controlled by corporations. You have two parties that feign to be interested in working class rights, But at the end of the day, they just protect their bottom line. It's all corrupt. So unless you got a good independent candidate, I'm not interested in Republican versus Democrat. I'm not interested in the manufactured debate of red versus blue. I'm not interested in that because that is the distraction.
World mixes everything together, so you mix politics and economics because
Right.
they're always
But to deny they're not
so
involved
everybody
with
in
one
those
another
days
is
called
ignorant.
themselves, who studied these
Especially to
things,
separate
a
those
political
classes.
economist. That was what the name was given to what Adam Smith did, what David Ricardo did, and what Marx did. In his involvement, he came to the attention of the German police, whose job is always to keep an eye on this. And as he became more and more active, the German police did to him what they did to many young radicals. In those days, the appropriate thing was you do not arrest these people, you do not jail these people, you do not injure these people, and you do not kill them. By means of
All right, we're going to continue with this part 2. Give me 1 second to load it up.
Democracy at Work founder and the new
That's a more modern. That's a more modern approach. In the old days, the solution was exile. What the German police did is they came to Marx's house one day and said, "We're taking you to the train station," which they did. And they put him on a train to Paris. Remember, Europe is a continent where the countries are relatively small and close together. So it's a very few hours and you're out of Germany and you're in France. When he arrived in Paris, the French police had received a communication from the German police. They met him at the train station and said, "We know you're a troublemaker, you can't stay here. We're putting you on a train to Brussels in Belgium," which is another 2-hour train ride. And so Marx, with his wife, went there, and the Belgian police repeated this happy thing, and they sent him to London. In those years, in the middle of the 19th century, London prided itself on never ejecting political refugees. People who came not because they had committed a crime or anything like that, but they were running away for political reasons or they had been exiled. So Marx joined a very large political refugee community in London, and he spent the rest of his life, which is most of his adult life, as a citizen speaking English in London, which is where he died. And he's buried in the Highgate Cemetery in London, and there's a big monument, if you want to go see it, that's where Karl Marx is buried. He didn't have much money as a political refugee, so for part of the years he lived in London, he was a paid reporter for a New York newspaper about the time of the American Civil War, and one of the most famous and interesting things Marx wrote was a series of articles in which he analyzed the Civil War in the United States, the role of slavery in the United States, brilliant articles that were very widely read and copied here in the United States because the readership of the New York World, which was the paper that hired him, was Americans. So Marx, by the way, was quite familiar with the United States, wrote for American audiences, and so on. He's not the alien that has sometimes been presented so as to create, again, more distance between them. What Marx did was remarkable. He gave up philosophy and began to study economics. And he studied it in a way that began with his political passion. He never denied it. He never imagined it's possible to separate your passions from the work you do, including the intellectual and analytical work you do. He felt the only honest thing to do if you were an analyst was to put your passion out there so people would know that that's part of what you're doing. The idea that anybody could do it without passion would be about equivalent in Marx's eyes to anyone doing it without breathing. That's not available. You stop breathing, you're not going to be an analyst very long, and you have no passion. It's not only that you're not going to do good analysis, you're not going to do any analysis at all, because passion is part of life. We all have passions, it's just some of us are comfortable or uncomfortable with them, and some of us are honest or dishonest about them. Marx put it right out there. He didn't like capitalism. He was going to develop a critical stance towards capitalism. And that made him very different from most of the economists whose work he studied to get himself up to speed to do economic analysis. A footnote here for some of you may be interested. Unlike 99% of economists in the world, myself included, we have never taken the trouble that Marx took to write long, long studies of literally every major economist that had written before him. There is a 3-volume work Marx wrote that is published, available in English and many other languages, called Theories of Surplus Value. That's the title of the book. The Russian edition, because the Russians put out the most famous edition, runs 3 volumes. And all those 3 volumes are Marx's long, detailed, critical assessments of Adam Smith, David Ricardo, Thomas Malthus, and a whole host of the great writers before Marx, whom he studied, and you can see in what detail by reading them. As I say, the only other person that I know of in our profession that ever did that was a professor at Harvard years ago named Joseph Schumpeter. You may come across his name. He was very famous. He wrote.
This just goes to show you the tenacious and passion-driven effort by Marx in his studies as a critic of capitalism and his studies on economics, in trying to understand using a philosophical lens. So in my opinion, he was one of the most tenacious and passion-driven critical thinkers who ever existed. And this has been shown through the body of his work, which I don't know if anybody is aware, but the body of Karl Marx's work spread faster than the body of Christianity, right? Christianity is in a lot of places in this world, but so is Marxism and Marxian theory. It's in every country that on this planet, and it spread that way faster than Christianity did. Now that to me screams that something is resonating with people in the body of his work. Specifically, it resonates with me in my struggles as a worker in everyday life. So that's just something to keep in mind. He was a very, very skilled writer and a very, very skilled researcher, because he was passion-driven, and he was basically obsessed with finding the answers, finding the truth.
Wrote a history of economic analysis. It's a book about 4 inches wide, an immense tome, but it's a testimony to that he did what Marx did. He was not a Marxist, by the way, but Marx is remarkable, and for people who are interested in how Marx came to develop his theories, he's basically done the work for us, because in those 3 volumes you can see how he worked his work. But why was he critical? Where did his passion come from? And this is important, because if you're going to understand Marxian theory, then you need to understand the passion that builds it, the passion that informs it, because that'll be part of your own assessment about your own feelings in relationship to this body of work. It's also a body of passion. He was part of a generation born in 1818 for whom the great historical event around which their whole formation as human beings occurred was the French Revolution. Recall the dates. The French Revolution erupts in 1789. That is only 20, 30 years before Marx is born. So Marx is born into the generation that was completely mesmerized, was drawn to the drama and the passion of the French Revolution. To remind you, the slogan of the French revolutionaries who overthrew King Louis, who overthrew the rule of the feudal landlords, who overthrew the role of the Catholic Church as the biggest landlord in feudal Europe, The slogans of the revolutionaries were liberté, égalité, fraternité. Liberty, equality, and brotherhood. And they brought in,
And sometimes it would have it was democracy as well, but yeah.
a revolution that was to get rid of everything in society that impeded or blocked the achievement of a human community grounded on, founded on liberty, equality, and brotherhood, without distinction of race, gender, or anything else. And Marx was absolutely caught up, as most of the young people of his generation were, with the nobility and the beauty of that image. The interesting thing was that the French Revolution also got rid of feudalism. It took the land away from the feudal landlords. It took the land and the buildings away from the Roman Catholic Church. It dispossessed the two great power institutions of feudalism, the landed nobility and the church. Instead, everybody became a buyer and a seller in the market. The powerful became the people who could amass moneyed wealth, not the people who were born into a noble family, not the people who grew up within the church hierarchy. Those people were actually marginalized or eliminated altogether. So the French Revolution was two things, if you think about it. On the one hand, the end of the feudal economic system and the emergence into dominance to this day of capitalism. But it was a transition from feudalism to capitalism that was wrapped in a noble, passionate commitment. And the best way to say it is this way. Feudalism has to give way to capitalism, the champions of capitalism said, because that's the way to bring liberty, equality, and brotherhood. We didn't have it under feudalism. If we get rid of those institutions, the feudal institutions, if we replace it with capitalism, where everybody has an equal chance to make money, build an enterprise, work for whoever is the best payer, each of us struggling, we can have a society of equally people where our rewards are proportionate to the effort we put out there. All of this kind of talk can be summarized in the view, the passionate view, that it's worthwhile to have, which it was, a violent revolution to bring modern France into existence. And remember, what was the country that copied the French Revolution? The United States. Copied it in the sense of copying the writings of Rousseau and the writings that led to the French Revolution, even though it happened a little bit later, but it was the same inspiration as the American Revolution. Both of these were violent events that were justified in the violent overthrow in the case of...
Yep, and in the American Revolution, what happened? We brought back slavery. So capitalism successfully brought back slavery. Now, this is just a testament to how an economic system can be very, very skewed and kind of obfuscate its own definitions, because most people think that capitalism is a system of free markets and private property, and that's not how you define something as different from other previous economic systems, because we've had markets and private property in almost every different society to some extent, right? What's unique about capitalism is the way labor is organized as the employer-employee relationship, similar to the lord-serf relationship in feudalism and similar to the master-slave relationship in slavery. Only what binds these two is not a dedication to one another like in the lord-serf relationship. It is a contract. And if you don't like that contract, you can go and work for another employer who doesn't have any pretense of democracy set up within their workplace. So it is literally like a system that's forcing you to be a slave to a wage. And that does not scream liberty, it does not scream equality, and it doesn't scream brotherhood, because what it does is it pits two different classes against each other. The employer class, who's constantly struggling to maximize the difference between how much you work and how much you get paid. And then the employee class, which is trying to minimize that difference, right? So that is what we call an internal contradiction. And if a capitalist is very successful, he has destroyed himself, because he has maximized the difference between labor input and wage so much that the workers are no longer able to buy what they themselves are producing, which is what we see now, an overabundance of production, because and like this goes back to China, why China's slowing down. It's not China that's slowing down, it's the rest of the world's ability to buy what China is producing, right?
The France of the old feudal regime, in the case of the United States, of the backward old royal regime of King George in England. The rationale, the justification, liberty, equality, and fraternity. That's why Thomas Jefferson writes, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, all men are created equal," etc. The same language, the same imagery as you had in the one place as the other. Capitalism would bring liberty, equality, and brotherhood. The promise of the American Revolution in the 1770s, the promise of the French Revolution in the 1780s. Now here comes the punchline. By 1818, which is 30 years later, Marx, who is as wonderfully in love with the image of liberty, equality, and fraternity as anybody ever was, believed in it all his life. He, however, reached a very important conclusion. Yes, the American, French, and other revolutions had successfully overthrown feudalism and brought in capitalism. But, and here comes the punchline, the promise that the transition to capitalism would also usher in liberty, equality, and fraternity had, in Marx's view, been broken. That promise was broken. Those things were not accompanying capitalism. On the contrary, as Marx looked around the exploding industrial capitalism of England and France and Germany in his lifetime, it was populated by super rich capitalists at one end and a mass of desperately poor workers coming in off the countryside, living in horrific housing. By the way, novelists in France, Émile Zola or Balzac in Germany, dozens in America, all over. There's endless evidence about this. Marx drew the conclusion, the problem, the slogan, the hope of the French Revolution is as compelling and as beautiful as ever. But the idea that capitalism was the vehicle to do that has proven to be mistaken. And therefore, Marx, talking about himself, said, I therefore devoted my life to trying to understand why capitalism has been, and as he came to believe, would forever be, unable to deliver liberty, equality, and fraternity. So that if you want those things, you have to go beyond capitalism. Capitalism is not the agency that will bring it. Capitalism is the obstacle to its realization. So if you want to understand the passion, it's the passion of the love for the ideals of the French and American revolutions, wedded in Marx to the facing up to the fact that capitalism hadn't been able to deliver what it was promised would be part of its benefits. And I must say, if someone asks me today, why are you a Marxist? My answer would be ditto. That I would look at the 150 years since Marx died, that capitalism has been around, and his conclusion that it failed to deliver liberty, equality, and fraternity, then all I can say is good understanding, because it hasn't been able to deliver it now either. the gap between rich and poor in the world today is greater, perhaps than it has ever been. Whole continents, for example, Africa, sit in a condition that is unspeakable. The gap here in the United States between the rich and the poor, and I don't just mean in their wealth and their income, but their access to culture, their access to education, their access to school, medical care, it's grotesque. We have not produced liberty, equality, and fraternity. Nothing close to it. So it is important to understand that Marx's particular take in economics is driven by, is motivated by a sense that capitalism needs to be analyzed to understand why it hasn't been able to do what its proponents had hoped and promised in their enthusiasm. So it's not a dismissal out of some cheap shot of I don't like you, or I didn't make a lot of money, or it has nothing to do with that. The irony is, and part of the appeal of Marxism has always been to people who believe in liberty, equality, and fraternity, because they feel a kindred spirit in Marx, and they're right. That was his motivation, and it led him to be a critic of capitalism. Let me turn then to how this criticism became, in Marx, a systematic theory. Because it's one thing to be critical of capitalism. For example, you can notice that rich and poor are widely separated, or you can notice that some people have a lot of power and others have very little, and things like that. Those are observations, those are valuable, but that's not a theory. That doesn't explain how and why capitalism should work like that, as opposed to how it had been promised it would work. So Marx began by saying, I want to see what everybody else has understood about economics. I want to learn from everybody who went before me, even recognizing that many of them, like capitalism, are not critical, but nonetheless, he did what I said at the beginning today. He did what you ought to do. You study everybody so you can understand the system. So if you read, for example, the theories of surplus value, you'll see Marx devoting hundreds of pages to analyzing the works of Adam Smith, or David Ricardo, or countless people whose politics could not have been further from his own. And I ask you to compare that.
So, in other words, he didn't limit himself to an echo chamber of his own ideas, right? And this is often what we see in today's realms. We have people who do not stray and interact with people who they disagree with. They do not stray too far from the comfortability of being within their social groups of people with like-minded ideologies and perspectives. They don't interact or like even interacting with people who don't agree with them politically. And this is a big mistake. We always have disagreements in human society. But it is just recently within the information age in this country, actually, that we have had this division. And specifically, people who are dividing based on their ideologies and political beliefs. And that's not really something that's an accident. That's by design. That's another distraction. If we're both fighting against each other as working class citizens, we cannot see the rich people taking our money, stealing it literally, and sneaking out the back door, right? It's a distraction. And again, it's a distraction to uphold the status quo and maintain the power structures and the few people that benefit from them.
Two modern-day non-Marxist and anti-Marxist professors of the sort who dominate the American university, they haven't a clue. It is embarrassing for me when I appear on panels with them and go to conferences with them, which I do fairly often, that I really can't have a conversation one way or the other.
And this is something that I've experienced as well. People who try to argue against Marxian theory and Marxian economics haven't studied it themselves, so they end up looking silly.
Because they are simply unfamiliar with the Marxist literature. They never had anyone teach it to them in school. Their careers never rewarded learning this stuff. Indeed.
And to add insult to injury, because they didn't learn the proper teachings of Marx, they rely, a lot of people rely on the disingenuous information from people like Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin, who make Marx into a caricature in order to make him easier to attack. This is a straw man fallacy. It is something that people have done throughout the entire time that Marx was promoting his critique of capitalism's internal contradictions.
It would have hampered their careers to be seen as interested in it, and so they simply do not know. A problem for them that is particularly acute now, that capitalism is having its second global breakdown in 75 years, when it would be really useful to know a little bit about criticisms of a system that is breaking down, rather than to be nothing but a cheerleader who therefore doesn't have much to say when you...
This is exactly right, and this is why, again, I can argue till I'm blue in the face with some of these people, especially people who promote themselves as analysts, professional in the mainstream realms of economics, when they tell me, the Fed needs to do this, or the Fed doesn't need to do that, and then the economy is going to be okay. Are you effing kidding me? We have had a stagnation of wages, real wages, which is wages compared to inflation, for over 40 years. That means every succeeding generation is going to make it harder for them to accumulate the same things that their parents did. And instead, they substituted the difference of what they should have accumulated in wages for overtime and debt. We are working harder now, longer hours than ever, multiple jobs, and we are in more debt up to our eyeballs that we cannot pay back because our capitalist overlords will not increase our wages compared to inflation. In fact, they keep on depreciating them. And this is essentially killing themselves because, as I've said before, if a capitalist is so successful in maximizing the difference between labor input and wage, they have killed themselves because they're workers. And when this doesn't happen until it reaches a larger consensus of the country or society that you're living in or whatever. But when the workers pass a certain threshold, they won't be able to afford what they're producing. They can't buy back what the capitalists are making. And so there's an overabundance. They're just going to keep on trying to produce. And then when they realize that the workers can't buy back all that bulk, they're going to try to squeeze in other ways. Right? And this means making us work more and more, longer and longer, or replacing us with robots, outsourcing our jobs entirely, which just doesn't make sense. You're going to outsource all the human labor, and that's all the wealth that the working class needs to accumulate to buy what you're producing. They can't buy back what you're producing if you outsource their jobs. It's common sense when you think about it from a Marxian perspective now, right? But when you think about it as through the lens of a cheerleader of capitalism, you're not going to go anywhere because you're not seeing the internal contradiction. You're ignoring it, and you're ignoring the truth.
Your team is down 800-2. Okay. Here's how Marx went at it. He said that as I look at other theorists, and I look at how they examine capitalism and how they come to see it and use their understanding to come up with explanations for what happens, to come up with proposals for what the government should do and so on, that they have a very particular way of looking at the issue. And here, as Marx works this out, he draws heavily on his philosophical training, and in particular his greatest teacher, the teacher who taught philosophy to the entire generation of his time, a famous German philosopher named Hegel, H-E-G-E-L. And he took from Hegel the idea that human thought is always, in a way, a struggle of people who see things differently. In other words, if you ask someone to explain the motion of the planets, or why plants grow, or why it rains under certain circumstances, if you look far and wide, you will quickly discover that there are multiple different theories around to explain that. And it's not surprising because we're different, one person from the other, and we look at the world differently. We don't see the same things when we look at the world. I used to do a little experiment in my classroom where I would teach this to students, and I'll describe it to you now. I would ask students to please look around the room, the classroom where we were sitting, and write down on a piece of paper a paragraph with what they see. And then I would collect the pieces of paper, and I would begin reading to them. And very quickly, the class understood we don't see the same things. One student would begin writing about the clothing that different people in the room were wearing. That's what they saw. Another one didn't say a word about clothing, was fixated on the architecture of the room, how it was designed, the shape. Another one didn't talk about the room or the other students, talked about me as the teacher. That was what they saw. Another one talked about expressions on people's face, but not me or the architecture or the clothing. In other words, to answer the question, what do you see, depends less on what there is and more on who you are. What in your life made you respond to my instruction? Tell me what you see by looking there. Moreover, if your mind is focused on clothing, you're going to not see architecture. It's not because it isn't there. And it's not even that you're not interested in architecture. It's just that you look in a certain way. The same thing happens when you try to ask people to explain what they think about less tangible things. I'll give you an example that may remind you of moments in your own life. The concept love. You're there with your significant other in a very dimly lit little restaurant having a wonderful conversation. And either you say to him or her, or she says to you, whatever, I love you. At which point a very difficult moment begins to develop. Because over the next few weeks and months, or if you're not careful, over the rest of your life, you're going to discover with that person that you don't mean the same thing with these two words, with this one word. Excuse me, you're two people. You each bring your unique ways of thinking, imagining, hoping, dreaming, analyzing to this concept. What he meant when he said it, and what you understood when you heard it, those are not the same thing. They can't be. You and that other person are completely different. You had different mothers and fathers, you grew up in a different community, you had different experiences. How in the world would you ever come to see things the same way? You don't. You can't. Therefore, human beings, particularly in large communities, always develop multiple different ways of understanding what's going on. Sometimes, one among the several ways that people have becomes so dominant that either everybody, for some peculiar reason, decides to think that way, or, what also sometimes happens, is that that one perspective represses or suppresses the others, punishes people who believe in some other way. You all know of examples when, for example, one concept of what God is kills people with a different concept. That's very popular and has been for a long time. So Marx begins as a student of Hegel with the presumption that, of course, different people will develop different economic theories. Just like it is no way strange that a family with 3 children will quickly discover that the 3 children don't have the same view of the family. They were not all born at the same time. They were born at different times. Mama and Papa were different people when each of them was born, except their actual experience of the family is different. So it'd be much more bizarre for them to have the same view, and much more suspect, than it would be for them to have a different view. But different views frighten a lot of people. Because if you live in a world of the sort many of you may live in, you believe without ever having questioned it, that if there are multiple ways of thinking about something, one of them is the right way and the other ones are the wrong way. That is a very deeply ingrained assumption in our culture. and it's one that Hegel didn't agree with, that Marx didn't agree with, and then I think if you worry about it a bit, you will probably not long agree with it either. Let me drive the point home as follows. First, suppose I asked you the question, what's the right way to eat a meal? Is it with a knife and fork, or is it with chopsticks? You would resent, I would guess, the question. You would say to me, what do you mean the right way? These are just different ways. They come out of different cultures, they have different qualities, it's a somewhat different experience to eat with a knife and fork as compared with chop. But the question, right or wrong, is the wrong question. It's like asking me which is heavier, Monday or Friday. You wouldn't spend a lot of time struggling with the answer because you think the question is nonsensical, right? And for a Hegelian or a Marxian, the question, what's the right theory, is similarly senseless. Theories are different. A Buddhist compared to a Catholic, we're not going to have a conversation which has got the right take on religion. They have different takes on religion. Okay, I would only ask you to apply the exact same logic if I say to you, look, there's a Marxist critical way of understanding capitalism, and there's a mainstream celebratory way. These are different theories, they develop in different ways, but if I ask you which one is right or wrong, my hope is that you would at least understand why a Marxist finds that question senseless. They're different. They come out of different needs, different feelings, different experiences. I already gave you some of the dimensions of Marx's life that ended up making him interested in critical approach to capitalism as a system. With his critical approach, one of the things Marx focused on early in his life, and that came to shape his economics, was one particular aspect of capitalism that he found odious, that he found fundamentally incompatible with liberty, equality, and fraternity. Here's that dimension. It has to do with labor and work. In Marx's view, modern capitalist societies were structurally, constitutionally unable to provide equality, fraternity, and liberty because of the way they organized work. On the crudest and simplest level, one group of people worked very, very hard, and another group of people didn't work at all. On the other hand, another way of saying it, some people produced an awful lot more than they got, which enabled a whole lot of other people who didn't produce anything at all to live off that extra that those who worked produced. He noticed this because he noticed this as a jarring contradiction to liberty, equality, and fraternity. How are you going to have equality if some people spend all of their waking hours working and other people don't even have to think about it? How are you going to get liberty if some people, in order to survive, have to work like that? How much liberty do they have, and what does their liberty mean if they're too exhausted from so many hours of work and low pay for that work that they have neither the time nor the interest nor the energy to go out and inform themselves about civic affairs or participate in cultural activities, etc. So Marx, at an early age, became really interested in labor. And so his studies were shaped by an interest in the inequality, let's call it, of the whole way labor is organized. And eventually, it became a kind of hallmark of Marxist thinking about capitalism and about other systems, that he began to realize that not only was he interested in the organization of labor, but that other people who had studied economics weren't interested in it, hadn't studied. Let me again give you a metaphor. Suppose somebody was trying to study your family, and they used sociology, and they used biology and anatomy and all different sciences to try to understand your family. And then along comes a man or a woman who says, wait a minute, there's something seriously missing. I mean, all these studies have learned things that are useful. The whole way labor is organized. And eventually, it became a kind of hallmark of Marxist thinking about capitalism and about other systems, that he began to realize that not only was he interested in the organization of labor, but that other people who had studied economics weren't interested in it, hadn't studied. Let me again give you a metaphor. Suppose somebody was trying to study your family, and they used sociology, and they used biology and anatomy and all different sciences to try to understand your family. And then along comes a man or a woman who says, wait a minute, there's something seriously missing. I mean, all these studies have learned things that are useful, but I immediately noticed there's something missing. And my name, just to play with it, my name is Sigmund Freud. And I have in my mind that in every one of our minds, there is a conscious part, that's what we're aware of, what we're aware of saying, thinking, and doing. But there's another part, a part that is unconscious, a part where we have sequestered off, put into a part of our minds that isn't available to us most of the time. Things we have experienced that are frightening to us. Something we said when we were a little kid, and we saw the frown on our mother's face, and we realized that's not a good thing to say. That's not a good thing to do. And so we wanted to please our mother, and so without knowing what we were doing because we were little, we put it in another part of our mind, kind of pushed it out of our daily consciousness. But it turns out, Freud argued, that every human being has an unconscious, and periodically that unconscious erupts into your conscious life. He gave examples. A slip of the tongue, when something comes out of your mouth that you didn't mean to say, but that's your unconscious talking. Dreams, another time when your unconscious can become semi-aware for you. Well, think of Marx like this. He's like Freud. What he brings to the analysis is not the new realm of life called the unconscious, called psychology, something which nowadays we all take for granted. You have to use psychology to understand the family, and we would think of ourselves as woefully inadequate if we excluded that or knew nothing about that. Well, Marx is saying to us, and I as a Marxist am saying to you, it is equally bizarre 150 years after Marx shows the importance of how labor is organized in shaping any society, that when you analyze capitalism today, or 50 years ago, or last month, most of the mainstream analysis does not worry about, look at, think about, or apply Marx's research on, and that of many Marxists since, the importance of the organization of labor.
So, yeah, this is the most important part that I can emphasize on this specific subject on the matter of Marxism is when you're arguing with somebody who is a celebrant or cheerleader of capitalism, they often conflate capitalism with a system of free markets. And markets aren't really what Marx was focused on, right? If you're debating the legitimacy and relevance of Marxist theory within our current socioeconomic constructs, then you can't say or you can't bring up markets in the subject, because Marx didn't really care about markets so much as his critique was about how labor was organized within production, right? And it goes back to how labor is organized within production And the fact that mainstream academia doesn't even look at labor or take it seriously is kind of telling to me, in that we can kind of see the system ensuring the conditions of its own existence yet again by snuffing out legitimate criticisms, obfuscating its own definition of what capitalism is and isn't, and by avoiding looking at labor, which is where value is actually created within a workplace, right? There's no value in a CEO sitting around with his thumb up his butt and getting contracts, right? That contract is only good so much as your workers are generating the surplus value for it, right? You know, at the end of the day, you can have all the contracts in the world. You can have all the superficial, pompous investment acuity in the world. But at the end of the day, you ain't going nowhere without your workers producing everything for you, right? And this is, again, goes back to the whole idea of Jeff Bezos is one of the richest, or is the richest person on the planet. But did Jeff Bezos do all the work at Amazon to earn all that money? Of course not. He relied on a huge employee team, right? Or employee slave pool, rather. He relied on hundreds of thousands of other people's labor. And what he did was take take that fucking surplus labor, and he reappropriated maybe pennies back to the worker. And he took all that and he benefited off the backs of their labor, basically, without really doing or contributing much at all himself. Now, if you had a worker cooperative, for example, where the workers got together and made decisions democratically, they would not vote to give Jeff Bezos all the frickin' money because he made the smart investment decisions, and while everybody else has to rely on food stamps to survive, right? It would never happen. It just wouldn't, because people, when you're given a democratic situation, are always going to level out the inequalities by way of their vote. And I'm not saying it's a perfect system, but it's way better than the system of you go into work, you show up, and you do what you're told, and maybe you have your job tomorrow, maybe you don't. 20 years down the line, you could get fired. 20 years down the line, you could get your job outsourced. You might not, you might get promised a raise, but you will never get a raise because the employer has no contractual obligation or legal obligation to raise your wage against inflation. And something that I like to remind everybody is, if you don't get a raise that is higher than the average inflation rate of this year, then you're accepting a pay decrease. That means the amount of goods and services that you can buy next year is less than this year. So that is something that is very significant. Every year that you go without a raise, that doesn't at least match inflation rates, you are accepting a pay decrease and not even knowing it. That's where I hearken back to this whole scenario of we are all just a frog boiling in a pot of heating water, and we don't know it, and we're not going to realize it until it's too late. And that's when usually economic collapse happens, forcing some kind of revolution. And I am not a component of revolution. I do not advocate for revolution. I simply want people to be aware of the history of revolution so that we can avoid it. We don't need revolution. We can fix things peacefully on our own terms by ignoring the political system. And I talk about that in the social situation. And if you'd like to learn more about my theories on that, you can check out the social situation episode 3.
In shaping how an economy works. Well, let me explain further. Marx wasn't interested when I say organization of labor. He wasn't interested in, the carpenter works with a hammer and the barber works with scissors. It's not that. He had a very particular idea of that part of labor that economists systematically ignored, at least all of those before he writes, all of those before, say, the 1850s. And the organization of labor he has in mind, this tool he's going to develop to analyze capitalism, he gives a very interesting name to: class. That is, he uses the word class to describe, to depict, to identify a particular organization of labor. And before I explain it to you, let me remind you that this is Marx's new and different concept of class. Because of course the word class, which comes from the verb to classify, to take a bunch of things and break them into little groups, to classify. For example, I could classify people in a room, those who are tall and those who are short, those who are fat, those who are thin. Those are classifications. The class of the fat, the class of the thin. Well, long ago, long before Marx, there were people who thought it might be interesting to classify people in a community between those who had a lot of wealth and those who had nothing, rich and poor. Between those who wielded a lot of authority and power and those who didn't have any power. Those would be classes of rich and poor, classes of powerful and powerless. Those are interesting classifications. They're not what Marx had in mind. They're not the tool that is the central apparatus of Marxist theory. No, Marx had a different concept of class. And it refers to an organization of labor. And I'm now going to take you through that, and now we are really getting into the core concepts of Marx's distinctive way of analyzing capitalism. It begins with a basic idea, perhaps the most basic idea in all of Marx's analytical work. It goes like this. In every community of human beings, a household, a tribe, a clan, a village, a nation, no matter how big or small, in every reproducing community, one that lasts through time, you will find, Marx says, that some people in the community do work. And by this he means they apply their brains and their muscles to materials given by nature, a sheep, a tree, a flower, a plant. They transform the natural material into something useful for human consumption. They convert a tree into a chair, a sheep's wool into a shirt, an electronic system into a software program, whatever. And Marx says in every community, however, we need to notice that not all of the people in it are doing work. That is, some are working and some are not. And what's interesting, he says, is that it is always true that those who do the work produce an output of goods and services, shirts, chairs, software programs, whatever, that is larger than the quantity of those goods and services these workers themselves consume. In other words, if they're making food, they make more than they themselves eat. If they're making clothing, they make more than they themselves wear, and so forth. And now Marx says the other half of this story is that in every community there are people who do not work, who do not, in the sense I have been using it, apply their brains and muscles to producing the basic goods and services of this society. But they live, these non-workers, because the extra produced by those who work is distributed to them. Let me give you the simplest examples. Most human communities, not all, but most human communities do not expect small children to work. 1 year old, 2 years old, they don't work. But yet they are fed and clothed and housed. The only way a human being can consume, if he or she does not help to produce, is if somebody else is producing more than they get to keep and consume. That's the only way this can happen. Likewise, in many communities, old people, people determined to be beyond a certain age are retired from work. They are allowed to continue to eat and wear outfits and keep warm and so forth. So they again have to be sustained by getting a distribution of whatever is left over from what the workers produce that they themselves don't consume. And now there are others. Sick people would be another one. Maybe people who are told, you don't have to produce goods and services, we want you to amuse us while we work. You don't make shirts and shoes and tables. You sing to those people who make shirts and suits and tables. Well, here's another one. We're afraid that people from over the hill will come and take our stuff. So we're going to have 3 or 4 people who stand around all day with a big stick to ward off those other people. Do they help produce the goods and services we all consume? Nope. And they have to be sustained. So Marx begins to develop an analysis, and it goes like this. Every human society generates a surplus. All that idea means is that the subpopulation, the portion of the population that works, always produces more than it itself consumes. And that more, that extra output beyond what the workers themselves get, that's what the word surplus means. That's what it designates.
We will be going into the labor surplus value, which does have an equation that Richard will be walking us through, and you can actually calculate this mathematically, the level of exploitation.
So in every society, Marx says, surpluses are produced and distributed. But now the punchline. It turns out, Marx says, 2 immediately important consequences come from this fundamental insight he has into human society. By the way, he's not arguing that this organization of surplus is more important than how people dance or sing or get married or do 1,000 other things. He's not saying, he's not ranking their importance. He would think that whole idea is silly. And if you ask, well, then why does Marx focus on that? He focuses on it because everybody else missed it. It's the same answer you give to why did Sigmund Freud focus on the unconscious? Did he think that other parts of life didn't count or didn't count as much as psychology? No. He focused on psychology because he wanted to add something to what people.
And this is why I feel the need to talk about socioeconomics, because in my opinion it is the missing piece of the puzzle regarding the suppression of free energy devices. And if you want to understand fully why they've been suppressed and how they've been suppressed, using the mechanisms of suppression and how to avoid those mechanisms of suppression in future economic systems, that is my contribution here. In my opinion, that's what I can contribute the most, is making people understand that the Marxist theory and Marxist critique of our economic system is very vital and is the missing piece of the puzzle in that respect. And a lot of people, it's something that a lot of people actually aren't aware of. The organization of labor within our society is what's led to the externalities of suppression of free energy. And it is very stark when you actually start to understand Marxian theory and what he had to say about the flaws of capitalism and how we can start to understand how to move beyond it, right?
Understood about the world, to offer a contribution that would help us understand more complexly, more subtly, more comprehensively than we had in the past. Marx is driven, but he also has the politics. He doesn't think people haven't yet gotten to the issue of class. He thinks people were very scared of looking at class. Something which, by the way, Freud also uncovered. To this day, large numbers of people are very afraid of asking questions about their psychological processes.
And then not only that, and there seems to be this American concept or idea or fantasy that We shouldn't necessarily criticize the system that's clearly the cause of a lot of people's problems regarding poor people, necessarily because it offers the chance of me becoming an actual millionaire or billionaire. So I have the chance of becoming someone who is hoarding wealth as well. So that is the lie and the gamble that we all play and tell ourselves to justify the unjustifiable failures of a system that is not able to keep up with the demands of society.
For fear that that will uncover things about themselves or their family that frighten them. So Marx begins to look at the two aspects I want you to think about that come right out of this notion of surplus as being always produced. The first idea Marx has is how a society functions, its politics, its culture, its sexual relations, its personal interactions, its friendships, whatever, are going to be shaped by this. They're going to be shaped by, for example, deciding who's going to be among the people doing the work and who isn't. And how much of what those workers produce in the way of surplus is going to go to this kind of person who isn't working, as opposed to that kind of these questions of how you organize, they're going to shape everything else about that society. This is no minor matter. This is not about whether you pick your nose with your pinky or your index finger. This has major consequences. And the second thing Marx immediately noticed, once he posed this question to himself, is that societies have radically different ways of organizing this. Let me go back to my simplest example. There are some societies who do not feed their children. They don't. They don't have the workers produce a surplus to sustain their children. They don't want to. They don't care about it. They're not interested in the next generation. There are many famous examples in history where babies, when they were born, were simply left by the side of the road, the way people nowadays maybe leave kittens that their cat has had that they just do not accept responsibility for, and many of them died, as they often did. Likewise, there are societies that don't take care of their old people. They just don't. Or their sick people. In other words, every society has to make a decision. Who's going to do work? Who's going to produce the surplus, the workers? And who's going to get it? And how much are they going to get? Are we going to give our children a lot, but the old people a little? Are we going to give it reverse?
Let me emphasize here that you may not think you have a choice in this matter, but complacency is a choice. Unions are on the rise for a reason, because people are actually starting to become aware of our rights as workers. And when you become complacent to your own exploitation, that's when the system becomes harder and more disparaging, and it looks like there's no end to the suffering. But throughout history, real change has always happened, and it's always happened from the bottom down, when people stop being complacent and saying, no, we're not going to put up with the status quo. That's why people marched on, Wall Street during Occupy Wall Street. They said enough is enough. Unfortunately, that movement kind of fueled out or flamed out a little too fast, but that's the idea here. People uniting in because again, workers are the majority. We're the majority of this country, and owners, they actually occupy a very small minority. And I honestly don't have a problem with small business owners. It's the big giant monopolies. Now, the problem I have, though, is seeing the critique and the internal contradictions of capitalism that Marx had to offer. You can't, in good faith, say that those small businesses won't someday expand to giant monopolies because they're organized undemocratically. And that monopoly capitalism is something that is an evolution of capitalism. And a lot of people might argue, oh, well, we just need restrictions, or we need to go back to a pure form of capitalism. But then, that begs the question, what makes you think that capitalism won't evolve in the same exact way it did now? It doesn't make any sense. it's clearly evolved this way because of the organization of labor. And if you look at that, the root cause of the problems and internal contradictions of our economic system, that's what you'll find. You'll find it in the root of production.
Are we going to give neither of them a lot, but the people who run the society or the warriors who keep it, they're going to get a lot? All these decisions have to be made in every society. It's really only a question of whether we become conscious that we're doing that or whether it's all done blindly. Again, notice the parallel with Freud. We're still doing the things we do. All that psychology does is begin to make us aware of some of the motivations, some of the reasons why we do what we do. That's Marx's goal too. Not for the individual, but for the society. Okay. The fruit of this research led Marx to come up with a conclusion that will be actually our point of beginning, as it is the point of beginning of Marx's mature work in Capital when he analyzes capitalism systematically. And this end point of our discussion today, which is the beginning for where we will continue when we meet next, has to do with Marx's description of the 5 basic ways that human society has organized the production and distribution of surplus in human history. Marx not only argues that these were the 5 basic ways, but he argues that almost every society, when you look at it, has the coexistence at any moment of all of them. All that varies is the different proportions and the relationships among them. Okay, so let me now go through them, and you will see how it builds up to the foundation for an analysis of capitalism. He begins with the system he calls communism. Now, remember I told you, Marx never wrote a book on communism, he never wrote an article on communism. It wasn't the topic he ever spent much time on. It's important that you understand that because those who come later and who set up communist parties, communist governments, and so on, and who look for inspiration to Marx, are going to have, as they did, big problems, because Marx didn't write about it. Lenin had to start basically from scratch. He had Marx's critique of capitalism, and that was very useful. But nobody.
That's true. Marx never actually laid down the foundation of communism. He laid down the theoretical concepts and theoretical requirements of a scientific utopia. But he never actually spoke about communism per se. It was Lenin, Vladimir Lenin, who took Marx's work and then interpreted it as saying, okay, a communist society would have these 3 basic requirements as laid out by Marx. Critique on capital, right? It would be stateless, it would be classless, it would be moneyless. There would be no need for either 3 of those things. But Marx himself didn't actually speak about communism. Again, the Communist Manifesto was meant to be a clickbaity type situation where he just wanted it to go viral. It was meant to be provocative. That word was meant to inspire people to get to read it and to get the message out.
Can find in Marx's work, and I've read it all, anything about socialism and communism in any kind of a sustained analysis. He didn't believe in that. He said that was looking into the future for him. He didn't believe in that. If you want that, he once made a joke, go talk to the person in the county fair who has the crystal ball. I don't do that. I analyze what I can see and what I experience in capitalism. So he begins, however, by saying this communism is different. One of the few times he talks about it, very briefly, that what communism is a society which does a very interesting thing. It takes some of its people and puts them to work. They do the work, grow the food, make the clothing, pots and pans, furniture, all the rest of it. They do that work, but they always produce, as we've already seen, more food, clothing, shelter than they themselves consume. So the first question of communism is, who gets that surplus? What happens to it? And Marx says the communist arrangement is for the people who produce the surplus to themselves get it. The producers of the surplus get it themselves, and they sit around and they decide what to do with it. In other words, the people who produce a surplus, who get it a surplus, and who distribute the surplus socially are the same exact people.
Sounds a lot like a worker cooperative to me.
That was his definition of a communism. And you can see the root, commune, community. It's the community of workers who are also the ones who get the surplus and distribute. Please notice, for those of you that are interested, that here is Marx's definition of communism. It does not have one word in it about the role of the state, because the role of the state is irrelevant to this issue. Communism is not about the state, for Marx. For other people it is, but not for Marx. For Marx, it's about how you organize the production and distribution of surplus, which is his entry point into analysis. The second kind, not communist, he tends to call by different names. Ancient is one name he gave it. Self-employed is a name I would give it. Here now, think of an individual farmer, craftsperson, someone doing work who produces enough to sustain himself or herself as an individual worker, but always produces more. I'll give you an example. You do software programs in your garage with a computer. Do you produce just enough software programs so that you can sell them and get enough money to sustain your own consumption? If you did, you'd be out of business pretty quick. Why? You have to pay taxes to a government. Where are you going to get that from? You have to make sure that a little security service goes around your garage at night so you don't get the stuff stolen. Who's going to pay for that? You have to produce a surplus. You have to do more software than just your own consumption because you've got other things to take care of, like a community that wanted to take care of its kids. You might also want to take care of your kids, to replace yourself when you wear out or die with another producer of software programs. And Marx says these two class structures, what he calls them, these two organizations of the surplus, have something in common. In both cases, the people who produce the surplus are the ones who get it and distribute it. In the communist case, it's the group of workers as a whole. In the ancient/self-employed, it's an individual worker. Now that takes care of two. Three are left. These three are distinguished from the first two, and I'll give you their names in a minute, by one key fundamental fact. In these three, the people who produce the surplus are not the same as the people who appropriate and distribute it. So there's, right away, a fundamental difference. Marx defines, in capital, it's very clear, explicit. He defines any system in which the people who produce the surplus are different from the people who get it. He uses the word exploitation for that kind of a system. This is not about whether you treat people nicely or not, whether you pay them well or poorly. That's a popular usage of the term. That's fine. It's just not what Marx's definition was. Marx was fascinated by class structures, by systems in which you did not, the way you earlier added communism and the ancient, you did not give to the people who produced the surplus the social power and position of receiving and distributing the surplus they had produced. So let's now go through, in the time that remains, the three exploitative arrangements that Marx found in history. The first, slavery. A slave system, Marx explains. Remember, I told you he was a reporter for the New York newspaper during the American Civil War and wrote a very famous set of analytical essays on slavery and capitalism. In slavery, who does the work? The slave. The person who is required to raise the crops, make the food, make the shirts, and so forth, all of that. And if you know something about slavery, you will know that everything the slave produces is immediately and instantly the property of somebody else. There you can see Marx's gleam.
This slave-master relationship is very, very important when carrying over our analysis into the more modern economic systems.
Yeah, I got one. Here's a system in which the producers of the surplus, the slaves, produce much more than they themselves get. The master takes everything the slave produces, gives back to the slave when he feels like it, enough for the slave to survive, so this can keep going, but fundamentally, every bit of the extra, that what the slave produces above what he gets back, belongs to a different group of people, the masters. They get that surplus into their hands, and they distribute it. So that takes three systems: communism, ancient, and slave. Now the fourth.
Let me put things in perspective. If you were to organize the labor within your household that way, for instance, you could end up with a situation where the children cook and clean and do all the labor, but the parents get to decide what the surplus value of that cooking is specifically. You know, you make more food than you can consume, you make enough for the family, and somebody else gets left to distribute it. It seems a little antithetical to our fetishizing of democracy. It doesn't seem like that's a very democratic process at all.
Feudalism. In this system, the two types of people are the serfs, what they were called. A slave, I didn't mention this, but a slave, of course, I assume you know that, is not only does everything the slave produce belong to the master, but the slave himself belongs to the master, because that's what slavery means. It's a situation in which one human being can become the property of another. The serf is not a slave. There's nobody's slave. The serf is not a slave. The serf, particularly in European feudalism, but this system exists in many parts of the world at many times, the serf is tied to the land. And I'm going to use the example in Europe. For much of European feudalism, which was the dominant system for 1,000 years, from Russia in the east to Ireland in the west, and everywhere north and south, from Scandinavia to the tips of the Greek islands. The serf typically worked 3 days on land that was allocated to him. And during those 3 days, the serf worked on the land, and whatever he produced or she produced on that land was kept for their own consumption. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, they went to the land of the Lord, the guy who owned the big piece of land that was the dominant character in this system. They were obliged to do that. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday, they went and worked on the land of the Lord. Everything that they produced there belonged to the Lord. And the end of work on Saturday.
So let's put that in perspective. So that's 3 days of work, you get what you produce, and then 3 days of work, you give to somebody else what you produce. But they didn't. Okay, that's 50% that you're giving them of the surplus value that you've created for yourself, right? Now, fast forward to capitalism, most employees would be blessed and lucky to get 50% of what they're generating, the massive amounts of money that they're generating for their sleazy, greedy companies that they work for. Just something to keep in mind. When you think that you have a feeling that you're not paid what you're worth, you're not. At the end of the day, you're not paid what you're worth. Nobody is. That's how the system works. It's essentially a scam.
Saturday, they went back to where they lived, where they worked the first days of the week. And Sunday, because European feudalism was capitalist, they rested and went to church. Okay? Now, Marx said here is another exploitative system, because the time the worker, the serf works on the 3 days on his own piece, that's his, as Marx liked to use the phrase, necessary labor. That's the labor, the fruits of which he got himself to consume. It was those second 3 days, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, that he was doing surplus labor. And that extra output, the output of those second 3 days, belonged instantly, automatically, to somebody else who wasn't the serf, the lord of the manor. So there's another exploitative system. Now, before I get to the last, the final one, capitalism, before I get to it, I want to already remind you of what we said earlier. You can see where Marx is going, right? You can see a man whose passion was to build a society premised on liberty, equality, and fraternity is noticing what? That it would be very hard to expect liberty, equality, and fraternity in a society where one group of people produced a surplus that another group of people got. What kind of equality is that going to permit? If you make a formal equality, we're all equal, but some of us work and produce a surplus that other one of us live off of, the equality is going to be unreal. It's going to be formal at best, phony at worst. That's, you can see where he's going. So now we get to capitalism, which is really where his theory starts. But before we get into the formal theory, which is next time, I want to take you through how Marx understood capitalism to be a distinctive and unique exploitative class structure. Like slavery and feudalism, in that the people who produced output produced a surplus they didn't get, but yet different from them in how it organized the whole arrangement. The difference of feudalism and slavery on the one hand and capitalism on the other is that in capitalism, the one who does the work is not a slave, he's nobody's property, and he's not a serf. He's not tied to the land, he's not tied to an individual. He is, in the language of capitalism, free, a free person. And he works. And the way he organizes work is not to be somebody's property like a slave, so the master says, slave, do this. Nor is it like a serf in which he works part of the time on his own piece, none of that. The way a worker works in capitalism is he enters into a labor contract, something which didn't exist in slavery and it didn't exist in feudalism either. He enters into a formal agreement, often written down, in which...
So, again, you didn't read what I wrote, Mike, because it's not about what system you're choosing. This theory is about analyzing things and understanding why they are why they are. That is not saying, that's completely different than saying this is the type of system we need, right? Marxian theory is about why things lead to greed and corruption, not saying, oh, this is the correct way to do things. That's completely different, and you both misunderstand what I'm trying to do here.
She says, I will come and work for you, sir, a person, an employer, we call them. I will come at 8 o'clock and stay till 5 days a week, or whatever the specifics are. And that's what I will do. And in exchange, you will give me money. At the end of the week, you will give me money. I will come and I will use my brains and muscles 8 hours a day. I will work with whatever tools and equipment you give me. I will work on whatever raw materials you provide. And the fruits of my labor, the output that I have poured my creativity, my brains, my muscles, my very substance, that will be immediately and instantly your property. And I understand that if I take any of the output home with me at the end of the week, I get arrested. So you only have to give me a wage. I give you the fruits of my labor. Keep that in mind. The worker gives.
Right, and we're not saying this theory is the correct one. If you listen to anything that he was talking about earlier, he's saying that it's not discarding other theories. He's saying that to ignore this theory, though, is saying you're not having the whole picture, right? It's not going and saying this theory is the way to proceed, right? Or this economic system is the next economic system we should go into. No, it's saying it's analyzing this current situation and trying to understand why we are where we are, trying to understand why there are so many freaking poor people in the richest country on the planet, right? That's completely different than saying, oh, this theory is going to lead to no corruption or no greed. That's not what I'm saying here, and that's not what I'm doing. I'm saying here there's a fundamental misunderstanding of the internal contradictions of capitalism, and in order to understand the suppression mechanisms of free energy, you have to understand those internal contradictions.
The employer the fruits of his labor. The employer gives the worker a wage. Now Marx does an analysis, which I will go through with you when we meet again. But I'm now going to do it in the simplest English I know, because it's important that the idea be set in your mind. To grasp this, put yourself in a position you've probably been in your life. You're looking for a job. You encounter an employer willing to discuss it with you, and you sit down with the employer and you discuss what you will be asked to do and the circumstances and the benefits, and you get sooner or later to that touchy issue, how much am I going to get paid? And let's assume you work something out, and just have round numbers, you agree to work, and the employer agrees to hire you for $20 an hour to come for 40 hours a week to do whatever it is this employer's business involves. You know what Marx is about to teach you. You already know it. But you live in a culture which perhaps has prevented you from fully thinking about what I'm about to say. But you knew. Here's what you knew. There is no way on God's green earth that employer is ever going to give you $20 an hour unless during that hour your labor activity produces more stuff for him to sell at the end of the week than $20 worth. If your hour only adds $20 to what he has to.
So this is another problem that I see with, another flaw in logic that I see with trying to understand where we're at. A lot of people say, oh, it's just cronyism, it's just corruption, it's just greed. But you have to understand, why are those cronies successful in the first place, Mike? Why is greed successful in the first place? Why does corruption succeed in the first place? Could it be the way that we organize labor with a small minority in control of the means of production, who get what they do not produce, might use that massive amount of wealth to make the political system work for them? Do you think like maybe that's why they succeed? Because they accumulate so much wealth that they have no idea what to do with and can't spend it in a single lifetime, that so they ensure the conditions of their own existence as oppressors and owners of the capitalist class? No, this is the problem. It's the way labor is organized with no pretense of democracy. You go to work and you do what you're told. If there was democracy, that democratic workplace, the worker co-op, would never vote to give a disproportionate amount of money to one jackass while the rest of the workers have to feed their children with food stamps. It would never happen. I'm sorry. It would never happen. And not understanding this is a fundamental flaw when not trying to understand where we're at today. It's not just greed. It's not just corruption. Why are those cronies successful? It's the way the laborers have been organized and the massive power dynamic that can escalates from it. The externalities. And this is very important.
Sell in his business. He would have to sell that product of your labor, get the $20, and give it to you, leaving him with nada. He's not going to do it. They never do. You're never going to have it. There's only one basis on which any capitalist ever hired a worker, and that condition is, you've got to produce more for me than I pay you for coming here to do it. And that difference is the surplus that all capitalist employees are required to do. You don't produce surplus, you don't work. And if that results in your death, have a nice day. So Marx is saying to us, recognize that capitalism even though the workers are not slaves or serfs, does replicate those two systems in this particular way, that one group of people, the employees, go to work on condition that they produce a surplus that the employer gets and the employer distributes. Most work in capitalist societies today is done in an institution called a corporation. The workers in a corporation produce whatever the corporation sells. At the end of the week, when the corporation sells whatever it produces, it takes the revenue from the sale and it uses it for three purposes. One, it replaces the tools, equipment, and raw materials used up this week. Two, it pays the workers a wage. Three, it has left over the surplus. Who gets that surplus? Who keeps that revenue? Who's the first one to get their hands on that portion of the revenue from sales that is not used to reproduce used up equipment and not used to pay the workers? The board of directors. That's who legally gets the surplus. And they then distribute it. Let me remind you, average size of a board of directors, 15 to 20 people, who can be receiving the surpluses produced by hundreds of thousands in large corporations or any number in smaller. We have arranged capitalism so that it is an exploitative class structure, one that fundamentally in the guts of the production system creates a massive inequality and a massive tension. The tension between those who produce and part of it they don't get.
That's also another emphasis why I like to advocate for worker co-ops, because when you eliminate the employer-employee structure where the employees are the employer, where they themselves have one share, one vote, and they get to decide, they all get to decide democratically what to do with the fruits of their labor, you know, what to do, what to produce, where to produce, how to produce, and what to do with all the surplus value that everybody generates. When that system is formed,
and those who get in proportion to how much.
Sorry, my video went a little wonky there.
Quality and a mass.
So anyways, when you have a system like that, you eliminate the inefficiencies of capitalist traditional companies, right? The inefficiencies of, oh, why should I worry about turning off the light at night if I'm just a low-level employee getting paid not even a living wage to do, you know, twice the amount of labor as the guy who's my manager who doesn't do jack, right? So, you know, you see that kind of tension all the time. You know, I don't actually get to make any decisions at work. You know, it's an undemocratic workplace in a traditional capitalist business, right? So that inherently creates inefficiencies, grotesque inefficiencies. And something that Professor Richard Wolff likes to remind everybody is there's a direct connection to the inefficiencies of capitalism in the word sabotage, right? Sabot is a wooden shoe, right? And when the workers were angry at the boss, they would take the shoe, the sabot, and stick it in the machine, messing it up. And that's called sabotage. And he likes to remind us that's why we have that word. The tensions, in essence, the inefficiencies of the capitalist traditionally organized business.
Massive tension. The tension between those who produce and part of it they don't get, and those who get in proportion to how much they don't give to the people who produced it. That produces conflict, tension, corruption, and a whole host of other lovely consequences that together explain for Marx why the promise of capitalism to be the vehicle for bringing equality, fraternity, and liberty could not deliver ever on that promise. And Marx's implication if you don't change the organization of this system of labor, if you don't get rid of the class structure and replace it with something else, the next century will see the same failures of realizing the dreams of the Russian, French.
Oh, and again, this is very different. It's very different than saying if you don't fix this flaw, you're going to repeat it, than saying, oh, this is how to fix that flaw. This is the next step we should take, because Karl Marx died before he could finish his work. He had 7 more volumes of Capital planned. He only got to 3. Okay, so he died way before he could finish his work, way before he could tell us his theory on how to proceed to an ideal system. His work has thus been just analyzing that system and telling us what's wrong with it, so we don't repeat that mistake.
American revolutions that the last century has. And that's the power of Marxian theory, because as we proceed, we're going to show exactly how capitalism works, starting with that surplus, so you can see in detail how it operates as an obstacle to achieving liberty, equality, and brotherhood. I will see you next week.
Again, if you are a business owner, or specifically a small business owner, or even a landlord, I do not hate the players. I hate the game, right? We're all forced to play this game and succeed in our own ways. And my critique here is to analyze the system, the game itself, and make people understand that it's a rigged game. It really is a rigged game. We're going to move on to some more intro to Marxian economics, but specifically this is the next volume, which is past the background information. So
Democracy at Work.
yes, and for anybody who is interested, this is Richard D. Wolf with 2 Fs. I'm actually going to subscribe right here. He has a different channel called Democracy at Work that I normally check out, and he has an economic update every Monday. He does a hell of a job trying to break down current events into a way that's, you know, tangible and that you can actually understand objectively, you know, instead of being confused by, you know, like the left versus right nonsense that we see on mainstream media.
Let me begin by saying a few basic things about economics, just so we're all on the same page, and because since I do a lot of speaking around the country, I have come to learn the bitter lesson that whatever passes for economics education in the United States is right up there with education in nuclear physics. In other words, there isn't much, and most people don't get it. And so they turn away from economics, a little bit like people turn away from mathematics and subjects like that are basically presented so badly that the student feels it's his or her fault and doesn't want to go there. So I'm not saying that happened to any of you, but it might have. And it might be helpful if we all started on the same page with some basic economics. Okay. So bear with me, this is simple, but it is more important to get it clear than you might imagine. Human beings are a little different from most other creatures on this planet because instead of simply looking and hoping to find what sustains us, food, shelter, so on, we make it. We are human beings who use our brains and muscles to shape, to control our environment, and to take care of ourselves. And to make a long story short, we work. We use our brains and muscles to transform the things we find in nature, to put them in a new and different form that pleases us, that satisfies us. We take a tree and we make a table. We take a cotton plant and we make a shirt, and so on. And human beings, for as long as we have a human record, have been doing that. They have been working to produce goods and services out of nature to satisfy and take care of themselves. What has happened over the history of the human race is how we've organized that. We've done that very differently. For example, for much of the history of the human race, human beings did this individually or in very small groups, a family. That is, we went to work as individuals or very small groups, used our brains and muscles to produce the goods and services we consumed. We grew the vegetables. We cared for the animals. We found a way to get clothing by taking the fur of an animal, and so on. We built a little house, a shack, a lean-to, whatever. And that was true for tens of thousands of years of human life. Individual, small groups, and even if they clumped together in something bigger, each of the little groups within the something bigger functioned this way. Then at a certain point in human history, something monumental happened. Many reasons, and we call that nowadays a division of labor. It stopped being the case that everybody produced all of what he or she needed. We began to specialize. It's what we all take for granted now. This one becomes the baker of the bread. This one becomes the spinner of the wool. This one becomes the builder of the house. This one becomes the school teacher. You know the rest of it. And that's fine. We specialize, all kinds of reasons. But what I want to focus you on is that when we specialize, we have a new problem, which we didn't have when we didn't specialize as human beings. Because if you don't specialize, if each of us produces pretty much what us, myself, my little family, my little group, if we produce what we consume, we don't have to worry about something economists call distribution. But if I produce only one thing and you produce something else and she produces still something else, then we have to come up with a way of distributing what each of us produces to one another, or else I'll be great at making ladders, but I'll die tomorrow because I have no food. You will have a lot of food, but you won't be able to get up the tree to harvest the apples above what you can reach because you don't have a ladder. So there has to be a distribution system, some way to parcel out amongst all of us what we each specialize in producing. And the human race has been very creative in how to do that. What lasted most in human history was a kind of ritual of doing that. It became a kind of social ritual, maybe a religious ritual. For example, terms like harvest is when we gather the fruits of our different labors. You get the corn, you get the eggs, you get the meat, whatever it is. And then we have a festival. All cultures have harvest festivals where they distribute, where we work out, I'm going to give you the eggs that I don't need myself, and you're going to give me the carrots that you don't need, and you the wheat, and you the rice, and all the rest of it. Other systems were also developed. A group of elders, that's very popular in human history, older people who've lived around a long time and kind of know what's going on, they get together and they parcel out amongst all of us what each of us specializes in producing. And so we get the distribution that way. Sometimes it isn't an elder, it's just a kind of rule, a custom that develops. For example, in your family, when you do a certain kind of labor, say around a Thanksgiving Day table, and you variously do things. Maybe your mother prepares the turkey and you do the mashed potatoes and your brother does the cranberry sauce or whatever. And then the question is, each of you has made something, but your Thanksgiving is not going to see you groveling in the cranberry sauce as your activity. You'd like some turkey and you'd like some potatoes. And so a method works out. Maybe the method is grandma hands it out. Maybe your father does it. Very interesting how it gets worked out, family by family, who's in the position of deciding. And you know, you remember when you were a kid, you had a problem. You wanted 2 chocolate puddings at the end of the meal, and that became a tension as to who would get the extra dessert. You, your cousin, your uncle, grandma, grandpa, whoever. That has to be worked out. That is a distributional problem. Okay? Then, a few 100 years ago, we began to do this distribution in a very peculiar way. It had happened before, but it had been sporadic. But starting about 300-400 years ago, 500 years ago, depending on when you count, in the western part of the world, Europe and so on, a development happened that organized a new way of distributing the goods that were specially made by different people. And that way was called the market. The market is a peculiar arrangement. Here's how it works. You make a bunch of stuff, bread or shirts or whatever, and you come to a particular place at a particular time, the edge of the village at 5 o'clock on Thursdays, and you open a little blanket and you lay out the stuff you've done, the eggs you have, the chicken, the shirts, the whatever. And along come people who likewise came to market with whatever they made, baskets or chairs or whatever, and a peculiar ritual develops in which you and the other person bargain, a new word. I'll give you 4 of my shirts if you give me 6 loaves of bread. I'll give you 2 of my oranges if you give me a pound of your coffee or whatever it is. And the distribution happens through lots and lots of individual bargainings. That's called a market system. It is a way of distributing goods and services when you have a division of labor. It has not been the way we've divided goods and services for most of the history of the human race. We had other ways. Elders did it. Priests did it. Religious rituals accomplished it. The market is relatively new, and the market as a system has always been fought over. It was never instituted as some great acclamation of the best thing to do. Not at all. If you go back, some of you do some reading, if you go back and you study Plato and Aristotle.
Yeah, they were very big critics of the market. They thought they were socially destructive markets.
Aristotle. Way back in ancient Greece, there were market arrangements among, if you know the history a little bit, the different Greek city-states, Athens, Sparta, and the other ones. They would trade with one another. Trade is another word for market, because trade is, I'll give you 3 of these, you give me 2 of those. And so the question arose, gee, in a society like Athens, where Plato and Aristotle did their work, what will be the impact on our society, which is mostly people producing for themselves and consuming their own stuff? Or if there's specialization, the leaders of Athens, the democratically elected leaders, would divide things up. What will happen if we don't have the old system, but we have this new distribution system, the market? And you may be surprised to learn that Plato and Aristotle, ready? Hated markets, denounced them. And why? Because they destroyed the community. When people are at each other, constantly fighting, I'll give you 3 of these, but I want 6 of those, you just want to give me 5, I'm going to go find somebody.
Always haggling, always trying to be swindling somebody. That's, I love my grandfather, but he was a swindler. And that's not the type of person I want to be. Always trying to make a quick buck off of somebody at the flea market. And I'm like, that's socially disruptive and economically irresponsible.
Else who's going, this kind of relationship, this kind of haggling at every moment in which we interact with one another such that I want to give you the least possible and get from you the most possible, was a disruptive, asocial human activity that should be banned. So I always love it when people start with a speech about our great forefathers intellectual giants of the great Western tradition, Aristotle and Plato, and then work seamlessly into a celebration of the status quo. We live in a market society. They hated market societies. And they're not the only ones. It's been disputed ever since. It's been disputed now. I just say that because before you take it that markets have always existed, they haven't. Human beings have done real well, thank you, for a long time without them. And when they came, they were fought over. To imagine that everybody today could or should or would agree with a market system simply not means you don't know much history. Okay, so we have markets. Next step, how is it all organized? Well, we live in a peculiar system that is not only market arranged, but we have a very peculiar way of organizing the production of goods and services that are then traded and distributed by means of a market. How do we do it? Well, let's see. We have work to produce a shirt, a microphone, a briefcase, a camera, anything. It takes lots of different people coordinated, doing various parts of the job to produce a finished good. How do we organize that in our economic systems in the history of the world? Lots of ways. Sometimes people got together, understanding that, look, I can only do a certain amount myself. If I want to do something more complicated than the things I can do myself, I'm going to have to hook up with other people to be able to get that more complicated thing done, like a bridge or a house. Hard to build a house with one or two people. You need a kind of a bunch, and it takes a lot of time. So how are you going to organize this? How's it going to work? And human beings have done it in a variety of ways, very quickly. One is just to get a group of people together, and you agree amongst yourselves, we're going to work together. Each of us is going to work for 6 months. Each of us is going to work, 5 hours a day, and then we're going to build something, like a barn. And we'll start by building a barn for you, Harry. And when we're done, we'll build a barn for you, Mary. And Mary, you'll help building the house for Harry. And Harry, you'll help building the house for... And so it goes. We work it out. In that arrangement, we work it all out together. We sit around, have meetings. How are we going to build the barn? Who's going to be built first? How's it go? And we work out a plan, and then we all more or less abide by the plan. And if anyone thinks out, we use the usual modes of persuasion that people have developed, everything from a nice conversation to a nasty gossip and whatever else is necessary to get the work done. That's a collective, you might call it, a community way of organizing. Or you might take that other word that comes out of the same root of community and call it, communist. That'd be one. It's a community. That's one way. Have people done that in the history of the world? Always. Ancient times, medieval times, and last week. I can tell you all around the United States and elsewhere, that kind of work gets done in that way. Okay? Second, a completely different way. In this second way, some people do all the work, and other people don't. Wow. Let's do that again. Some people do all the work, and other people don't. I'll give you one example. It's a society that organizes people into two groups just to get it working like this. One group is called slaves, and the other group is called masters. And there's a lot of ways this comes into being, but we have lots of examples in history of a part of society called the slave and a part of society called the master. The slave is the property of the master, rather like a horse might be, or a chair, or...
So when Marx talked about communism, he talked about it in terms of past economic ways of organizing labor. The modern manifestations of a communist society really come from Vladimir Lenin. And Vladimir took the work of Karl Marx and really developed it into understanding that a true communist society would have no monetary system, it would have no state, no governing state, it wouldn't need a governing state, and it would have no class system. So think of like a Star Trek type utopia where you can just wake up and do what you can to contribute to society, and everything is organized communally, right? There's no need for a state. There's no need for a government. Communities organize everything. So that's the idea here. And societies have done it way before markets, and it is argued that they did it way better, you know, whether it was through religious context or religious rituals, or by other means. But the main point here is that a true communist society was not really envisioned by Marx. He died before he could finish his work. Again, he had like 7 more volumes of Capital planned. He only got to 3, right? He got as far as analyzing the flaw, but he didn't get to an exhaustive blueprint and tell us how to solve that flaw or fix it, right? So there were many different people like Vladimir Lenin and other revolutionaries who picked up the mantle and tried to interpret his work and try to continue it. And that's where the confusion comes, because that's where, you know, we have the different terms, the umbrella terms, and the different meanings. You know, they mean different things to different people depending on the context, and you can't just lump, for say, socialists into one convenient group. There are many different types of socialists who all argue on what socialism is, and to, you know, say that all socialism is wrong just kind of misunderstands the very birth and evolution of socialism as many different understandings of an interpretation on how to proceed with Karl Marx's work, right?
Or a house. We allow, in those kinds of societies, human beings to be the property of other human beings. And then the master owning the slave, having dominion over the slave as a property, can treat that slave pretty much as he sees fit. And he says to the slave, I have an idea. You do all the work. You build the house, you make the shirt, you cook the omelet. And you do not only do that so that you yourself can survive, that is, you cook an omelet, you eat, you make a shirt, you wear, that's fine. But you're going to have to do, ready, more than that. You're going to have to do more work than is what taking care of you, because that's what you're going to have to give to me, which will allow me to have an omelet, a shirt, and a chair, and I'm not going to do nothing. You'll do it for me, or else I'm the master. It's a very peculiar arrangement, because it means that right in the production process, instead of us all getting together to work together to produce what we all need, we are introducing a big new difference. Conflict, tension, anger, resentment. Why? Because some people are doing all the work and producing more than they get. A more that we nowadays call the surplus, the extra, what is produced by workers when they produce more than they themselves consume. Slaves produce a surplus that masters get. Masters use it not only to have a lovely lifestyle, but to make sure that this system continues because they like it. But the slaves don't. Not so much. And the reason shouldn't be hard for you to figure out. They're getting, to use a technical term in economics, screwed. Big time. Then there's another system. By the way, slavery systems last a long time. They exist all over the world. They have nothing to do with any particular race. Americans tend to think that slavery has something to do with black people because in America we happen to have that particular arrangement. But slaves have existed in all continents and come in all colors, just like masters have likewise come in all colors. There's no correlation between race and slavery. Never was. There's no need to be parochial about it. Third arrangement, different. Here again, it's interesting. Some people produce a surplus other people get. But the people producing the surplus are not slaves. They're nobody's property. We call this kind of a system with a different name, just to keep it clear in our minds. We call it feudalism. It's sort of what existed in Europe from around 500 AD to around 1500 AD. No more slaves, nobody owns anybody. But a serf is a person who gets born in a particular piece of land and by custom, by religion, by the law, stays there. You're born, most people, as the child of a serf. You are therefore also a serf. And you owe an obligation to the Lord, to some big shot in the area. Those of you who have ever visited Europe, you'll make tourism your activity. You'll be taken to chateaus. That's the French word for, in English, castle, or a German word, Schloss. Like, these are different words.
Yeah, so Good Heart Guardian says radical accountability, anarcho-volunteerism, opting out is the only way, value for value. I agree that there are different options that we can do, and you know, those are all good starts. I'm not here to tell you what to do and what to think. I'm just here to tell you what I believe. And I believe that, you know, radical accountability is damn good. I have to give you that. But my main goal is to advocate for worker cooperatives. You know, if you're wanting to start a business, I'm not saying I'm going to force people to convert to worker cooperatives, but if you want to start a business, consider organizing that labor as a democratic process. And you will find that, and more times than not, you will have more efficiency and more in terms of creating profit for the companies. Yeah, worker cooperatives are more efficient, so they create more profit easier, but they're not profit focused. You know, since they're community run, they're usually community focused, which is a good thing.
Words, but they're about where the Lord lived, the feudal Lord. And here's how it worked. If you were a serf, you worked 3 days on the land, and the fruit of that work you did was yours to keep. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, you went to another piece of land and you worked. That was the land of the Lord. And whatever you produced those second 3 days was his. You went back home. And on the seventh day, you rested. And you know what institution presided over that? The Roman Catholic Church in Europe presided over feudalism. You went to church on the seventh day, and you rested. And then you resume next week. So the serfs produced in the first 3 days for themselves. In the second 3 days, the surplus that allowed those chateaus to look so grand. You ever been?
So again, I like to juxtapose this feudalistic system where you literally give 50% of what you're creating in surplus to somebody else who had no right over that other than, you know, their claim to religious superiority or whatever nonsense. So juxtapose that 50%, you know, you're creating and then taking 50% of that surplus. Juxtapose that against most modern, you know, monopolies and corporations, which, you know, if you do the math, they're doing a lot more than they're taking a lot more than 50% of the surplus that you generate for them, right? So taken for construction technicians, for example, right? The average, and this is from personal experience, the average starting wage for a certified construction technician is $16 an hour for starting, right? That's extremely low compared to the amount of money that these companies get for your labor that is usually started around anywhere from $60 to $100 an hour for certified technicians to be on site. That is a huge difference, right? That is grossly over exceeding the amount that the company needs to take from you to sustain itself. That's keeping some fat cat fat while you work for their big, you know, fat cat bowl. I don't know how else to put it, you know. It goes back to that old meme where you see the boss in a car is like, oh, nice new car. Yeah, well, if you work hard and dedicate yourself 100%, maybe next year I'll have another one too. some BS like that, you know? Like, that's really how it is. You work for somebody else in a capitalist organized business, you do what you're told, and you have no decision over the surplus that you're generating, that everybody's generating. So people like Jeff Bezos, I don't say they earned anything. They stole what they have. They stole that wealth from people who generated it legitimately and under a false promise of one day that they will be as wealthy too, under the false non-choice of a unequal power dynamic that forces you into a position of which compromised position do I want to take a job for? You know, how compromised or how risky do I want to make myself in my living conditions? You know, should I take a job in Texas that this guy's offering me and risk it? Because there's no guarantee that this guy is not going to fire me or lay me off for no reason next year, and then I'm screwed, right? You're taking a big risk as an employee going from job to job and trying to fill that position for the capitalist. And they're basically, in a lot of situations, stealing from you. And we'll get into how exactly they steal from you. And this is through absolute and relative labor exploitation. And you can actually calculate this. It's actually arithmetic that you can actually do. Most people don't understand that. This is science.
To Versailles outside of Paris, you'll see just how grand it can be if you have hundreds of thousands of serfs working for you, which Louis XIV, or whichever one it was, had when he built the chateau at Versailles. Now we come to the next. Just notice, these are different ways in which we have specialization, and we have production organized in different arrangements among human beings. Feudalism was overthrown after 1,000 years. It lasted a long time. Overthrown 1500s, 1600s, 1700s. About when? In Europe. Overthrown. The serfs had it. The problems of the lords, together with the anger and resentment of the serfs, blew the thing up. The most famous moment, the French Revolution of 1789, when the angry masses of the French people grabbed Marie Antoinette out of her castle, her feudal castle, and cut off her head to make a point. And it happened in other parts of Europe as well. And a new system came in. And this new system we now call capitalism. It's the one we still have. It's about 300 or 400 years old. That's all. Which, as systems go, is kind of young. Been around a while. How does it work? Well, it's different from slavery because we don't allow people to own one another. And it's different from serfdom because we don't say if you're born over here to us.
Well, something that I forget, some French writer once wrote, and most people, and this is how the telephone game is so terrible, because people they need to look up the history and the origins of what they're saying, because you have this term that goes around, you know, eat the rich, eat the rich. No, you need to learn the origins of that term, right? It wasn't a threat. It was a warning, okay? And the full quote for that is, when the poor people have nothing left to eat, they will eat the rich. That's the full quote, and it is a warning because it has happened before. You've seen it during the French Revolution. We literally cut the heads off of these aristocrats who were taking and taking and taking. And again, I'm not advocating for that. I'm just telling you, learn history, you know, before you go and criticize somebody like Karl Marx, who had a significant, important role to play here in this analysis of how everything is so effed up right now.
Serf, that's it. You're a serf too.
He called it 100 years ago.
We allow much more, and this is very big, individual liberty and mobility. No matter who you're born to, I mean, do what you can. And here's how that system works. Everybody looks for what he or she is going to do. Those of you that are young are in that process now. Where am I going to go to school? What am I going to study? What course am I going to take? Who am I going to study? What credential, what mechanism to find a place in the division of labor What am I going to do? Some of you worry a lot about it. You even pay people to advise you how to do it. You go to an institution that promises you that if you go there and you do real well and you take the exams and you get the course credit and you get the degree, then you'll get a job. Now, that's not happening anymore, but many of you haven't figured that out yet, and the hope of the system is you never will. But the smarter ones among you have already noticed, and the rest of you will find out soon enough. We're going to come back to that in a few minutes. How does this capitalist system work? It's interesting. Here's how it works. The vast mass of people, here we go now, look for a job, which, by the way, they take as axiomatic, as the way life is. Even though, in fact, if you follow what I've said, that's not been the way life is at all. The child of a slave knew exactly what he or she was going to do, didn't need a school, didn't need an advisor. They were going to be a slave too, likely to the same master or the children of the master. The serf knew where he, she would be, what their lives would be like. No confusion there. No anguished adolescence trying to figure out what I'm going to do with myself. No problem. Capitalism brings you that dilemma because it's kind of open-ended. So you go around looking for a job. Now let's look at that for a minute. When you look for a job, you're actually looking for someone to do something to, with, for, or at you. I'll leave it to you to decide which preposition to use. You look for a boss. You look for someone to do something remarkable with you, to hire you, to engage you, to employ you. A serf never did that. A slave never did that. People who got together collectively did it. Nobody hired anybody else for the vast majority of the history of the human race. That is a very peculiar arrangement. And here's how it goes. You go to an employer, you say, here I am. I just graduated from MIT. Look at how white my teeth are. Please give me a job. I am very good at whatever. And you hope the employer will do that. That's why you went there. You're having an interview. And you have a conversation. And you talk about the work you'll be expected to do, the work you would like to do, all of that bullshit. And then you come to the key moment. How much am I going to get paid? Because you need the money. Why? Because you need to buy a lot of things in order to avoid painful death. Food you need. You don't grow that yourself. Other than the little pot with the 4 arugula plants, you don't have much, right? So you need food, you need underpants because it's polite, and all the rest of the things you need. And you don't make those yourselves, most of you, so you need money to acquire them. And the job you're going to get is going to give you the money to buy the things that will allow you to survive at least and have a pleasant life, maybe, if you're lucky, at best. So you enter into that key part of the conversation. How much, dear Mr. or Ms. Employer, are you going to give me? And this is a very interesting moment. And let's say you agree on something. Let's say you agree to be paid $20 an hour, or an annual salary that works out to $20 an hour, or 30, or it doesn't make any difference, but let's stay with 20. It's a nice round number. So the employer agrees to pay you $20 an hour. And you must agree in return to do a number of things. That's how this system works. Number one, you agree to come 9 to 5, Monday to Friday. You have to come. You have to be reasonably well dressed. You have to be able to apply your brains and muscle. And you have to be willing to do what you're told to do with whatever the raw materials are there for you to work on and whatever tools and equipment are there for you to work with. And one more thing, really crucial. At the end of the 8 hours, typically, that you've used your brains and muscles in the way you've been told to, on the raw materials you've been given, you will have transformed those raw materials. Remember what I said at the beginning. Something provided by nature, you will have worked up into something else. Whatever the product is that your employer produces. A good.
And this goes back to the labor theory of value. I'm actually in a minute going to cut to the labor theory of value chapter in one of my videos, and then we're going to cut to another chapter in another one of my videos that goes over the difference between absolute and relative labor exploitation before we continue on with Professor Wolf's lecture. So let's give him a couple more minutes, and then we'll kind of segue into those two chapters and then segue back into his lecture. I think it's important to have a little bit of context, at least.
Good or a service, whichever. And here comes the crucial thing. At the end of the day, that your work is embedded, embodied in the finished product that you've been.
So Fast Ed says each person gets 144,000 digital coins in their own name. So that's actually kind of close to Paul W. Cockshot's theory in his book Toward a New Socialism. He's a computer scientist, and he actually studied some of the artificial planned economies of like Chile, for example, and their cybersyn, and he developed this theory of an economic system where you can actually work and get paid what you're worth in labor tokens. And it's, it goes back to the, moving towards a system that doesn't have a monetary system. This is moving away from a currency and onto a standard like labor token where you're basically not exploited. You can get as much as you put in labor, right? A cup of coffee would cost, maybe like 0.25 hours of labor, 0.25 labor coin or whatever. So that's the way that we can translate into something. And if you read Towards a New Socialism by Paul W. Cockshot, his theory is very, very extensive. He has math. He's a computer scientist and a mathematician. He goes into extensive detail on how the numbers work out and the economy could work. And this is an interesting theory that I don't think a lot of people talk about. And I do have a chapter that briefly goes over it. We will watch that in a moment. So that's very relevant. Yeah, Paul W. Cockshot. So yeah, well, I actually did reach out to Paul, and he wanted to do an interview at some point, but I kind of chickened out. So maybe I'll contact him again. Because he is a very, very interesting individual, and he's a delightful guy. He's always down to do interviews. He's so cool. So,
Told to produce, you must go home and leave the product of your work there. You made it, but you don't get it. And if you take a little of it home with you, the employer calls those men in blue uniforms, and they come to your house, and they hurt you. To help you understand, no. You make this stuff, then you go home. At home, you drink beer, take off your shoes, go to sleep watching boring television so that you're in shape tomorrow morning to do it all again.
Okay, so that's a nice segue that we're going to make into, give me 1 second. Into my chapters that I wanted to go over briefly in the social situation episodes I put out a while ago. So we're going to specifically go over my chapter on the labor theory of value, just the basics of how understanding Marx's labor theory of value. And then we're going to, because this is all relevant, keep in mind, it'll all come together. And then we're going to move on to absolute and relative labor exploitation in a different video real quick. A couple of chapters there, and then that actually will lead into Paul W. Cockshot's Toward a New Socialism theory, and the theory from his book a little bit more. And then we'll go back to Richard Wolff's lecture. So let's see. There we go. All right.
Before we begin to break down and analyze the political oligarchy within the United States, I must first go over the basics of Marx's labor theory of value and how it relates to exploitation. This exploitation is understood by examining the different kinds of value, such as the surplus value every worker generates with their labor input. Cracking the economic code with the labor theory of value. The labor theory of value, proposed by Karl Marx, suggests that the value of a commodity is determined by the socially necessary labor time required to produce it. According to this theory, the more labor that goes into producing a commodity, the more value it holds. To fully understand this theory, it's important to distinguish between two key concepts: embodied labor and living labor. Embodied labor refers to the past labor that is congealed or embedded in a commodity. It represents the cumulative labor that has gone into the production process, including the raw materials, tools, and machinery used, as well as the labor required to create and maintain them. Think of the hammer needed for the laborer to make that chair. This concept acknowledges that commodities are not solely the product of immediate or living labor, but also encompass the labor that is stored and preserved in them. Kind of like how potential energy can be stored in a system. Just as potential energy is the stored energy that can be converted into kinetic energy to perform work. Embodied labor represents the cumulative labor that has been invested in the various components of a commodity. This labor is transformed into value during the production process when living labor interacts with the inputs of production. In this sense, labor cannot be created nor destroyed. Like particle physics, labor also follows the principles of conservation of energy. Like energy, labor can only be transformed from one form to another, from embodied labor to the value it represents. On the other hand, living labor refers to the labor that is currently performed by workers in the production process. It is the direct exertion of human effort and skill in transforming raw materials and utilizing the means of production to create new commodities. Living labor is the active force that adds new value to the inputs and brings the embodied labor to life. It is through this labor that the final product is shaped and brought to market. Think of yourself, the human employee, as the living labor that utilizes the hammer to make the chair. The labor theory of value highlights the dialectical relationship between embodied labor and living labor. Embodied labor represents the past accumulation of labor, while living labor represents the present labor input that generates value. These two forms of labor can be seen as potential and kinetic energy. Only when potential energy is transformed into kinetic energy will you get any useful work. From an engineering perspective, the value of a commodity is determined by the combination of these two forms of labor. The socially necessary labor time required to produce a commodity takes into account both the embodied labor already invested in the materials and means of production, as well as the living labor added during the current production process. As you can see, this represents a more scientific approach than the utility theory of value, which is a mainstream theory that suggests value is placed subjectively on personal utility. After all, just try measuring how much pleasure or utility ice cream gives you. The answer to that is subjective, compared to asking the question, how much labor was used to make that ice cream? An objective approach at examining the underlying variables, which ultimately leads to a better understanding of prices. When using science to analyze complex systems, you must look at objective variables that can be quantified, not subjective ones left up to personal interpretation.
So that is a point that I would like to emphasize. When analyzing complex systems like in the social sciences, you need to look at objective variables that can be quantified, not subjective ones that can be left open to personal subjective interpretation. This is very critical when trying to properly analyze complex systems such as in the social sciences. And this is a mistake that a lot of people make in terms of analyzing socioeconomics. You know, applying the utility theory is nonsense. You know, it really is nonsense in most circumstances. So with that, we're going to move on to episode 2. I believe it's in. Okay. Oh, there it is. Oh, so I think the chapter on Paul W. Cockshot's book Towards a New Socialism Theory it's before my chat. Okay, so we're going to watch that one first, and that's going to lead into absolute and relative labor exploitation and the basics on that and how to differentiate. So when you hear these terms come up in our future classes with Richard Wolff, you'll have some context on their meanings, and you won't just be going into it blind. Because a lot of this it's a lot to take in, but at the same time, as a forbidden science, and not a lot of legitimate stuff on Marx is out there, and the stuff that is grossly misinterpreted, in my opinion. I think Richard Wolff does a brilliant way of summarizing some of Marx's work in a way that I haven't seen any others before. So with that, we're going to go into Paul W. Cockshot's chapter on Toward a New Socialism. And this chapter is in the Social Situation Season 1, Episode 2 on my channel called Cyberpunk 2077, or The Failures Within a Capitalist Enterprise, and why Cyberpunk 2077 had a failed launch. So if you want to view the full episode, I will put it in chat. I'm actually put both of them in chat, but for now, let me actually play this.
Cockshot's theory.
See what I'm talking about in terms of Paul W. Cockshot's theory on labor tokens.
For a moment. A theory proposed in his incredible book, Towards a New Socialism. In his book, he proposes using a socialist economic planning system to replace the market economy. In this system, every worker would be allocated a certain number of non-fungible labor tokens that represent the amount of time they have worked. Each token would have a standardized value based on the average productivity of all workers. These non-fungible labor tokens would allow workers to be compensated fairly based on the amount of work they have performed without the need for wages or salaries. Additionally, the tokens could not be freely exchanged, ensuring that workers are not exploitative of others. This system aims to abolish wage labor by enabling workers to have more control over the means of production and the decision-making process. The planning system would be democratic, with decisions made through a system of councils composed of elected representatives from different industries and communities. While Paul Cockshot's proposed new socialism aims to give workers more control over the means of production and decision-making processes, the concept of self-exploitation is not viewed as a problematic issue within his framework. This is because the primary objective is to eliminate systemic exploitation of one class over the other, rather than addressing individual-level exploitation as we do now. Additionally, workers would have the ability to democratically participate in decision-making processes, including work hours and labor allocation, reducing the pressure to prioritize their labor over their own well-being.
That's another benefit. Oftentimes, we are forced to prioritize our labor input over our own well-being. Being forced to go to work while you're sick because you don't have any effing sick days and you can't afford to not, make the rent payment this month or whatever. It's that it all goes back to that cruelty of the externalities of capitalism. And some of the things that need to be pointed out are a direct result of the system, right? Of the system of how you organize labor. Again, going back to a worker cooperative, those workers would never vote to give, to not give anyone a sick day. You know what I mean? In most cases, it's not federally mandated that you have to have a sick day in this country, so most employers don't give it to you. There's a lot of good jobs that do, but most starting jobs, and it's ridiculous. You go to some place like Germany, and they laugh. At the fact that even me in a situation, as a construction technician, I only had 2 weeks paid vacation. They're like, you only had 2 weeks this entire year? Are you kidding me? They laugh at that. It's ridiculous. How much we're a frog in a pot of boiling water in this country, and we don't realize how much we're being screwed. And when that water heats up to the point where we're asphyxiating and we're not going to be able to breathe and we're choking, that's hopefully when people will start to wake the F up and start to realize, oh, there's no minor adjustment that you can do with the Fed or by voting for this politician over that politician. At the end of the day, you need to stand up and say enough is enough, right? You need to stand up to your employer and form a effing union if your working conditions are terrible, because it is your right as an American citizen to form a union. This great country and most of its amazing policies like Social Security were formed off the backs of union policies and socialist policies in the socialist movements of the early 20th century. So that's starting, people are starting to wake up a little bit, but that needs to happen. If anything's going to change, people need to make it change. It's not going to change for you, and you're damn not going to be able to vote for it, right? That political system has been bought and paid for. Like as George Carlin says, we have the best damn Congress that money can buy. And your money and my money definitely didn't pay for it, okay? There's only one politician that I know, maybe two, that accepts small campaign donations. One of them is Bernie Sanders, and even he sold out and joined the Democratic Party, which is another system of control, another mechanism.
In a Marxist sense, labor exploitation refers to the extraction of surplus value from workers beyond their basic subsistence needs. It occurs when the wages paid to workers are insufficient to cover the costs of their reproduction. Workers are left with limited or no ability to improve their living conditions or accumulate wealth, while capitalists profit from their labor.
So this is a perfect analogy. This scene right here, this iconic scene, and you'll see right now why labor exploitation, specifically
The way most corporations...
specifically relative labor exploitation works, right? You see Lucy and her friend making chocolates or wrapping them up or whatever on the machine, right? And they're getting paid a certain number of dollars per hour to do that, right? And their output is, assuming that's a steady output, is putting out a certain number of a certain amount of surplus value, right? They're creating a certain amount of surplus value given a certain rate. Now, if you increase that rate, you're making them increase the surplus value, but you're not necessarily increasing their wage, right? So this goes back to how the employer is stealing from you as a worker, and you don't even realize it. And I don't care if you have some kind of contract, this is sleazy at best.
work is
Capitalists profit from their labor.
The way most corporations work is 4 times a year. They take the profits they've made in the preceding 3 months, and they distribute a portion of them to their shareholders. These distributions are called dividends. So if you own a lot of shares, say because you inherited them from your grandma, or you stole money and bought them on the stock market, there are lots of ways of getting them. But if you have them, 4 times a year, you go to your mailbox in the morning and you get an envelope and you tear it open, and inside is a check for your share of the profits that have been distributed to shareholders. For rich people, this is millions of dollars. They have all that money. What did they do exactly to earn that money? Nothing. Those people are going to tell me they earned? Earned what? Did they ever set foot in the factory? No. Do they have any idea what this company does? No, they don't care. They are simply sitting there collecting. Well, let's now do a little logic. If there are people like shareholders who get a lot of goods and services they didn't help produce, then there must be elsewhere in that system people who produce what they do not get. So that means if we allow that we are saying some people, your job is to produce a lot more than you get so that these people can get a lot more than they produce. For Marx, he stands up and says, I rest my case. This system sucks.
There are 2 primary ways that capitalists steal from their workers. Absolute labor exploitation occurs when an employee is forced to work mandatory overtime on a fixed salary.
Okay, so this is the other example of labor exploitation, as outlined over 100 years ago by Karl Marx. Okay, absolute labor exploitation is when you're forced to work overtime on a fixed salary, right? And this means you have an absolute amount that you can calculate that's compared to your rate, your salary rate, right? Now, this is a way of essentially taking advantage of workers. And I say this, take great caution when accepting a salary raise, right? This is essentially a cheat. They're capping your pay, and if the company, and I mean, you're left up to the whims of the company. So if you think that the king is generous, so be it. But most aren't, and most will screw you and make you work more and more and more on that fixed salary to squeeze as much out of you as possible so that they can go on 2 vacations this year as opposed to last year, or whatever nonsense.
Allowing the company to take advantage of the capping your pay by demanding more and more. Relative labor exploitation, from a Marxist perspective, involves the intensification of labor and increased productivity.
Yeah, I gotta go to the store, and I'm not gonna go too much more with the stream. We might end the stream after a little bit more of Wolf's lecture, but yeah, the price gouging is ridiculous. I agree, at the grocery store, and I'm gonna have to suffer that in a minute as well. Once I end the stream, we'll finish this. And then we'll watch a little bit more Richard Wolff, maybe like another 30 minutes or so.
Your pay by demanding more and more. Relative labor exploitation, from a Marxist perspective, involves the intensification of labor and increased productivity without a corresponding increase in compensation. This situation arises when workers are pushed to produce more output in the same amount of time, or to increase their efficiency and skill level. Yet they do not receive additional wages or benefits proportional to their increased productivity. This generates surplus value for the capitalist and widens the gap between the value they extract from labor and the compensation provided to workers. A perfect example of this is in the early stages of computer programming. Writing complex code required significant time and effort. As programmers gained experience and new programming languages were developed, the same tasks became easier and less time-consuming. This allowed programmers to produce more software or accomplish more complex tasks within a given time frame. However, there has been a stagnation regarding not only wages compared to inflation, but also productivity as well. This tells us that with the introduction of computer technology, what used to require a room full of people could now be done by one person with a computer.
You know what he did? He watched me work for 10 minutes and then started to design a simple piece of software that could replace me.
Is that even possible?
As it turns out, yes.
No. We're throwing out the entire playbook. We're starting from scratch. They wouldn't be giving me a nuggie. It was $200.
Hey, I just think you should know that one of my salesmen beat your stupid computer. So take that, ass.
All that productivity condensed down into one individual output with absolutely no adjustment to compensation.
What is the Matrix? Control. The Matrix is a computer-generated dream world built to keep us under control in order to change a human being into this.
Hopefully, after this live stream, you all will rewatch The Matrix in a very different fashion and understand it as a extreme criticism of the capitalist system. It is a perfect metaphor for what we're talking about here. And that's not on accident, okay? The Wachowski brothers had nothing to do with that because the Wachowski brothers stole the idea of The Matrix, the original movie for The Matrix, from a woman who had wrote it all up in a book way before the movies. And that's, if you're wondering why the sequels to The Matrix sucked so bad, it's because they ran out of source material. Sorry to say, Wachowskis stole their idea, and that's why the first one was amazing and the second one sucked and the third one was terrible. So going back to the original source material, it was a direct criticism of the capitalist system. People are slaves, right? They're batteries to the system that's producing, that's requiring a huge amount of energy input.
No. I don't believe it. I didn't say it would be easy, Neil.
A lot of people didn't believe it, man.
I just said it would be the truth.
Do you see now how companies pulled a fast one on us?
Mr. Bezos, are stolen goods sold on Amazon?
And we wonder why generation after generation it gets harder for individuals to own cars or houses without going into debt. Why more young adults are living with their parents. For over 40 years, we've substituted what should have been increases in wage for overtime and debt. Like a frog unaware of his demise in a pot of heating water. A genocide on the middle class. End-stage capitalism, where the workers can no longer afford to buy the goods and services they are producing.
All right, with that, we're going to go back to our good friend, Professor Wolf. And we'll probably end the stream in about 30 minutes or so. Maybe we'll do the whole hour. There's about an hour left of his lecture here. But there is just so much. And this is just the tip of the iceberg, folks. This is just the introductory material and the context that you will need going into the actual more advanced Marxian economic theories that include arithmetic and all that good jazz. So with that, I'll take it back, Mr. Wolf.
Okay? The employer takes the fruits of your labor, and the employer decides what to do with it. Now, the most important point of all. The only way, the only time, the only circumstance on which an employer will ever give you $20 an hour, or 30 or 60 or 100, doesn't make any difference. One condition has to be met. During that hour that the employer pays you X worth of money, your labor has to produce for the employer more than X worth of extra stuff for him to sell. Why? Because otherwise there's nothing in it for him. If he pays you $20 an hour, and your hour's worth of work produces another $20 worth of whatever the product of that company is, which he sells for $20, what's he got? He sold for $20, used the money to pay you, he's got squat. And much as he likes you and his fellow man and woman, it's not going to happen. So there's one condition in capitalism under which you will get a job. You will have to produce more for your employer than the employer pays you. So for those of you that have been saying to one another, I'm not going to work for anybody who doesn't pay me what I'm worth, you don't understand this system. That's not going to happen. You're in the wrong country at the wrong time historically. That's more likely for you to be hit by lightning than to discover that situation. You are always going to be ripped off in your job in capitalism because that's the way the system works. But don't worry, there are a lot of people, including lots of economics professors, who will give you one story after another instead of what I just told you, so that you don't get distressed while you're being ripped off, because it might make you resist, which we can't have that. But in capitalism, it turns out we've got exactly the same kind of system as we had in slavery and feudalism. Why? Because the worker has to produce more, a surplus, than he gets, which goes to somebody else. It's the employer who sells the hour's worth of output you helped produce for $40 and pays you $20. And what's left over, he gets, just as the master got the surplus the slave produced, or the feudal lord got the surplus that the serf produced. One of the great insights of the most profound thinkers about capitalism is that capitalism wasn't the end of slavery or feudalism, it's a changed form of them. No more slave, no more serf, but surplus being produced by one part of the population, enabling another part to live off of it, that hasn't changed at all. And that means what also hasn't changed is in the heart of the capitalist system is a conflict, a tension, an opposition, a resentment, an anger, and a bitterness between those who are constantly producing more than they get and those who live off that difference. And if you're a capitalist, an employer, what of course is your interest? To give the worker the least possible while getting the most out of them, because that's the biggest surplus they can get. And the more surplus they have, the more secure they'll be. It's the same problem the slave master had in relationship to the slave, or the feudal lord in relationship to the serf. So for those of you that have already worked in your lives and wondered why, at the end of many a day, you felt somehow ripped off, it's because you were. And if you tried to find a place where you could shake off this sense of being ripped off, you found one. The neighborhood tavern that offered you at the end of your day a happy hour that you know was there, and given that name precisely because it was in a remarkable way different from all the preceding hours, wasn't it? So even a society like ours that doesn't want to face or admit any of this does it despite itself. Can't help itself. Capitalism is a system premised on what Marx called exploitation, which he defined very simply and very carefully. Exploitation exists if and when the people who do the work produce a surplus that other people get and distribute as they see fit. That's why slavery is one kind of exploitation, feudalism is another, and capitalism is a third. What's the alternative? I already told you at the beginning of this little monologue. That's when the people who produce the surplus, the workers, are themselves the people who get the surplus. How would that work? Take any factory, take any office, take any store in America today, here in New York. Change it as follows. No more board of directors. Most things are done by corporations that are run by a board of directors. No more board of directors. Don't need it. Here's how we're going to do it. Monday to Thursday, where all the workers come to work and do what they were always doing. You cook bread, you clear the table, you set the table, you do the dishes, whatever, if it's a restaurant, say. Friday, we have a different arrangement. You come to work, half of you, and you do your regular job, and the other half of you sit around making the decisions. The menu, the investment, the redecorate, all the decisions that used to be made by the capitalist, the boss. The following week, the group of you that had meetings all day Friday last week, you do the work in the restaurant, and the other half of the workers have a meeting instead where they go over these decisions. Workers become their own board of directors. Workers become their own capitalists. Or to say the same thing another way, the worker-capitalist division dissolves. Is that an alternative? Of course it is. Do we have examples of that in history? Loads. Do we have examples of that in the United States today? Loads. Do we understand it as an alternative to capitalism? No, 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 no. No, 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 no. People like me, our economics professors, are very carefully trained to avoid explaining any of this to you. That's what we are. I don't say this for the obvious reasons that you will expect, but I will tell you. I went to Harvard, then I went to Stanford, and my PhD in economics is from Yale. So I'm a poster boy for the education I just described. Major, mediocre. An education designed to give you a very different understanding of how this system works from the one I just gave you. The one I just gave you comes from the work of Karl Marx.
Wow. Aurorian said, our work health benefits have increased the counseling coverage. The Human Resource Department was so proud to tell us that. That's absolutely disgusting. So this is another example of the system at your workplace, or the boss specifically, the owner, trying to control the situation and reduce tensions, because again, the boss knows that the workers are going to get angry at him eventually. Even if they're not now, they're eventually going to get angry at him for making a decision, because the decisions that he makes usually do not benefit them, they benefit him. So the fact that we have a system that, you know, the HR is getting really excited, telling you they increased the council, that's just, you know, because the HR department is there to cover the company's ass, right? Of course, we had an HR lady at our company guilt trip us all into donating vacation hours because the company didn't want to fork over extended PTO for an injured worker. Isn't that messed up? And then they sent an email out to all of us saying, hey, remember, we have a sharing policy. So, Garrett, you know, like we have this employee here, and don't forget that you know, he's struggling, and you can donate your vacation time to him. And the HR lady herself like goes on vacation like once or twice a year. And I'm like, that's disgusting. How many vacation hours did you donate, lady? You sent the email out. You know, how many vacation hours did the owner send out? You know, or did the owner fork up out of his own salary? That it's disgusting. They could have just offered him extended PTO. They didn't. They wanted to put any kind of loss onto us. You know, that's just, in my opinion, it's pathetic, and it's just an example of how companies will always screw you, no matter who you're working for. As long as you're not working for yourself, or as long as you're not working for either yourself or a worker cooperative where you have a decision-making ability there, you're always going to get screwed eventually, one way or the other.
Uh-oh. And in my education, we were kept as far away from Karl Marx as you were from certain parts of the town you grew up in where you were supposed to never go, especially not in the evening. And for us, Marx was, I don't know if any of you saw it, I was on that television program last week, Charlie Rose, and he asked me questions about my education at those institutions, and he could not believe, because he didn't want to, that I didn't get much of an education in Marxism, exactly zero in those places, because they were afraid. Marxism tells you this is a system that leaves a lot to be desired and has an awful lot of problems. Whereas we're supposed to believe, aren't we, that we live in an economic system that really is about the best thing since sliced bread, works like a charm, is the best thing the human being could ever come up with, and therefore, shut up. Well, it's one way of organizing an education, but it's not the one that I like. Having said that, let me move into the real topic for today, which is the economic crisis. And here's the connection. Up until 2 or 3 years ago, most of the kinds of talks I would give, because of the pedigree I have, I get invited. Because I've been a professor all my life, I get invited. We call the academic world, people like me, protective coloring. It's like a pheasant that has those feathers. You don't see it quite for what it is. Aha. So, what has happened to change, or why would a person like me be on the Charlie Rose program last Thursday? How did that happen? That happened because the capitalist system that we've had for several hundred years has, in the last 75 years, stumbled badly. The first time was in the 1930s, when it really crashed. We call it the Great Depression. Started in 1929, and we weren't done until 1941. And we weren't really done then, because what finally put people back to work after 11 years of horrible unemployment. Footnote, we are currently in year 5 of the current one. So for those of you that think this will be over soon, maybe, but maybe not. The last one we had like this lasted 11 years, and we never got all the people back to work until the thing that happened right after 1941, which we call World War II. where we took all the remaining unemployed, millions of them in America, we divided them into two groups. Half of them got a uniform, and the other half got a job making the uniform. That's what we did. That's what we did. That's how we solved the problem. Okay. I said two big stumbles. What's the other one? We're in it. In 2007, a crisis crashed down on capitalism that has made all the glib predictions about how this economic system is an engine of progress, an engine of prosperity, a mechanism for efficiency. All of that looks very poorly now, doesn't it? Well, it should. In 2007, the number of people officially counted unemployed in the United States was about 7.5 million. Today, that number is 15 million. You notice anything? It got worse. Over the last 4 years, several million Americans have been thrown out of their homes by a legal procedure called foreclosure, which means in America today we have a remarkable achievement of capitalism. On the one hand, several millions of people who are homeless, and on the other hand, several million homes that are empty. They stare at each other. There's efficiency for you. Millions of people without work. What do they want? A job. Let's see. Is there machinery, equipment, and raw materials for them to work with and on? The Federal Reserve keeps a number called the capacity utilization rate, the proportion of our industrial capacity that is being used as opposed to the portion that is sitting there gathering rust and dust. What's it currently at? Well, depending on who you listen to, the consensus number, around 79%. So something like 21% of the tools and equipment are sitting there. Okay, let's do this now. Millions of people who want a job don't have one. All the tools, equipment, and raw materials one could ever want for them to work with. And guess what? If we put the people who want a job together with the equipment and the raw materials, they would produce lots and lots of, let's see the word, wealth, which we could use to solve our social problems, rebuild our cities, help the poor, give money to other countries. We could do a lot of wonderful things with the wealth that could be produced by the people who are unemployed but want a job, working with the stuff that's gathering rust and dust. Capitalism is an engine of progress and prosperity. What planet are you on? What did you drink to have such a view? So when a system is as badly performing as this one, and we're not...
Yeah, honestly, anybody who defends the system of capitalism at this point, I have to ask, what the hell are you smoking? Have you looked around and seen the disparaging difference between the rich and the poor? Like 10 people own more wealth than the bottom half of the population of this entire planet. There's no moral or ethical justification you can give me for that to happen, right? Because you can take half of those 10 people's wealth, redistribute it to the bottom half of the planet's population, make a real difference in those people's lives, and those 10 people would still be the richest people on the planet. There's no justification for that at all. Unacceptable.
Now in year 5, the current downturn is dated to have begun in December of 2007. So we're in the 5th year, and there's no end in sight. 2 days ago, the government announced that the rate of economic growth in the last quarter was much lower than they had hoped. It's 1.5% instead of over 2%. And the one thing that means is we're not growing jobs as fast as young people are entering the labor force, which means not only are we not putting the unemployed back to work, we don't even have enough jobs for the new people coming in. This is not a system that's working real well. This is a system that is working real badly. So, in the remaining time I have, I'm going to use the theory that I've described to you a little bit to try to explain to you and answer one overarching question. Why is this crisis so bad? Why is it lasting so long? Why is there no end in sight? Okay, big questions. And before I start, let me just remind you, because I'm a professional economist all my life, I've had to pay attention, this crisis was not supposed to happen. My generation was told that having gone through the Great Depression of the 1930s, we learned the lessons to make sure that nothing like that would ever come back to plague the young people of the future. And so we were okay. It was so repeated, this nonsense, that even the courses that once existed in American universities, as recently as the 1940s and 50s, courses that were mandatory for econ majors, called The History of Crises, The Business Cycle, where students could at least learn to take a look at what had happened, to see what the governments tried when things got bad, what worked, so they'd have some idea. By the 60s, we didn't need those anymore. We didn't have crises. One of the reasons the government is so wonderfully adept at screwing everything up is because they don't know what to do in this situation. It wasn't supposed to happen. When it hit in 2007, the first thing our then president said, George W. Bush, oh, this is a minor crisis in the housing market. It'll be over in 6 months. 6 months later, being the kind of president he was, he said it again. And Obama basically repeats, with variations, the same story. They're using the same advisors, the same economists sitting at the top of the system, a collection of remarkable people we can perhaps discuss a little later. But they don't know what they're doing, and it shows. They have one solution after another. The first stimulus would solve the problem. It didn't. The second stimulus would really do it. Didn't do it either. We're now waiting for the third one, which will come later this year. The Federal Reserve doesn't know what to do with that, brought interest rates down to virtually zero. In a number of countries, in case you don't follow this, the interest rates are negative. You know what that means? That means if you borrow $100 from the bank, you are required at the end of the year to give them 99. Let me do that again. The bank pays you to lend them money. Excuse me, the bank pays you to lend you money. It's remarkable. System isn't working. It's a disaster. And there's no end in sight. And I'm not going to bore you because I hope you understand it. If you have millions and millions of people unemployed, you have staggering social problems. Every index, physical disease, mental disease, school children having problems in school, breakup of romantic relationships and marriages, everything goes like this with rising unemployment. People interrupt their educations, never to go back. The long-term effects of this kind of economic breakdown last for decades. The psychological effects, more. The costs are incalculable of all of this. Try to understand what a child goes through if one or both of the parents lose their job. Even if they don't, they have to be forced out of their house with a sheriff who comes and takes your furniture and puts it out on the street, where you have to be wrenched out of your set of friends to go to another school in another place. Just do it. Think. We are imposing this on tens of millions of people in this country and abroad. Okay, so why? Why did it happen? Why did it last so long? First part of the story, and I promise you, this is the only time I'll draw anything on the board, and the ideas here are so simple that nothing will be difficult for you to understand, I promise. Okay, we're going to look at the history of the United States, because one of the key reasons why this crisis is so bad is because it is a kind of culmination, as you're going to see in a minute, of the history of the United States. It's not just another one of the business cycles. Oh, by the way, footnote. Capitalism is a highly unstable system. It has business cycles every few years. Between the great crash of the 1930s, 1929 to 1941, and the beginning of the current crisis, 2007, in that interval, 11 other business downturns. I tell a joke in all my classes at the universities where I teach. If you lived with a roommate as unstable as capitalism, you would have moved out years ago or demanded that your roommate get professional help. But you stay in an economic system that is exactly the same, and you imagine it's your job to adapt. How interesting. You should wonder why you do that and why you think like that. So it's a highly unstable system. But clearly the ups and downs, which on average last a year or two, sometimes have a disastrous kind of downturn, and we're in one of those now. Second major collapse of capitalism globally in 75 years, with 11 in between. If we weren't an ideologically befuddled country, would we have allowed there to be no national debate about capitalism as a system? Given all the other systems I've talked to you about, and there are many more that I didn't. A sane society would have said, whoa, with a performance like this, we ought to at least have a conversation. Could the United States do better than capitalism? Think of it. We're a society that are proud, aren't we?
And this is where the American ideals lie to you and indoctrinate you into believing that capitalism is the best option and only option, because you have Nancy Pelosi on from the Democratic Party basically telling in a response to a student asking her, you know, what's the Democratic Party's response to the ever-growing support for socialism amongst young voters, especially? And her response is, "We're all capitalists, so basically deal with it," is what she said. And what this means is we don't have a truly freedom of choice. We have the puppet on the left or the corporate puppet on the right, right? They're both puppets to corporate power. And it doesn't matter who you choose and what kind of incremental changes happens. Those changes will always be undone in the long term by the corporate class. So it's just a system that repeats itself over and over if you know how to look for the patterns. And the patterns of America are damning because we are offered basically two control mechanisms. Two sides, the Democratic Party and the Republican Party represent two sides of the same corrupt coin. Voting for either is playing into the deception and the distraction of American politics, and specifically, I always go back to Greece. Recently, Greece was faced with the same problem. They had two dominant political parties that were basically capturing the political system and controlling the narrative of a political discourse, right? And what this means is they were snuffing out working class voices. And because of this, over the years, Greece's material conditions for the working class deteriorated to the point where, get this, nobody voted for either party. And when that happened, a new party formed out of the destruction of the old parties that was actually for the working class. And that's something that it's not going to be exact, but it's analogous to something that could happen here. And I like to remind people, yeah, it's nice to feel good about, making a difference, and that's what voting makes you feel. But in a true democracy, which we do not have, that would be okay. You would feel that way. But feeling that way in this kind of society where we have false democracy or corporate controlled democracy, it's just it's counterproductive, right? And it's not seeing the larger picture. It's like recycling. It might make you feel good, but at the end of the day, it's not going to change jack shit.
We've debated our education system, made major changes. We allow charter schools, we allow private schools. We have debates over that. We have debates over what curriculum should be. Half the country teaches creationism, and the other half evolution, and all the rest. All the rest. We fight over it. We debate our transportation system. We just spent 2 years debating the medical insurance system in the United States. Should we have a single-payer system? Should we have a government-funded system? Should we have only a private system? You've all been in on it. Came to a head again when the Supreme Court decided to validate the Obamacare bill, et cetera, et cetera. We've discussed most of the systems that make up American society over the last 50 years. By the way, we even debate what is marriage. Geez, would have thought that was kind of sacrosanct. Now we have marriage between people of opposite sex, people of the same sex, under these sort of, we can do it. We can have the debate. But there's one thing there's no debate over. The economic system. It's a complete...
And that, again, is very telling. When you don't have open discourse and you have closed discourse where one clearly important and critical voice of the system is being shut out at either end, it's telling of a larger conspiracy against the people who benefit from that voice. And the people who benefit from that voice are specifically working people. Working people benefit from knowing how much they're being exploited and taken advantage of, and how much they don't have to be, right? How much of history that we've lived through as a human species without this kind of exploitation. This is relatively new. For hundreds and thousands of years, the human race got by just fine forming economies based on community needs, right? So, again, this is a very devolved and regressive dystopian society we live in. And I have to remind everybody, what sounds more closer to a utopia than anything? You know, having to pay your way to succeed by paying your way for higher education, or having a system that pays for higher education for you, where you can succeed at any level of impoverishment. So that right there might ring a bell in some people's heads who think that capitalism is the system to transition into a true utopia. It is regressive, and it is the wrong direction. It is repeating the same mistakes we have seen throughout modern history, and ignoring the benefits of community-based systems of the extended past. I know we talk a lot about ancient wisdom on this channel, but I like to emphasize they didn't just have wisdom in technology and wisdom in spirituality. They had wisdom in economics and how we should organize labor within our societies as well. And it wasn't capitalism. Let me let it down to you very, very hard, okay? This is going to be hard for some pro-capitalists to hear. But if you were stranded on an island and you wanted to organize a society based on everybody's needs, okay, you wouldn't organize it based on the fact that one person managed to survive with their equipment and they are the only ones with the tools, right? The way capitalism would organize that society is the person who survived with the tools, because he owns the mean to produce everything, he gets to decide what happens with everybody's labor input, right? No, that's not how you would organize that situation. You would want to organize it more egalitarian, right? You want to organize it more democratic. It doesn't matter who survived with the damn tools. Everybody's going to use those tools together and democratically and together make the decision of what to do with the surplus of everybody's labor. It's not like a system where we have now literally have kings and queens at the top of companies, literally making unilateral decisions that affect potentially hundreds of thousands of lives. That is inherently dystopian, right? I find it ironic we spent so much energy trying to escape feudalism only to enact little kings and queens and their little courts right here in corporate America. So it's all important things to keep in mind.
Complete taboo for 50 years. Republicans and Democrats stumble over each other to be cheerleaders for the system. There's no debate. There's no question. There's no room for people to say, hey, this system stinks. Or, hey, we could do better. How about this? What about this? No. Capitalism? Wonderful. Isn't it wonderful? Oh, it's Republicans, Democrats, liberals, conservatives, they gush. What is this? This is childish. This is a fear-ridden society that is so frightened that no matter how badly this system works, no debate, no conversation. In the 5 years of capitalism's grotesque dysfunction of the last 5 years, no single person, including the few heroes that many of you have, Bernie Sanders, any of them, have been willing to say, the system doesn't work well. The system has to, it's not a question of finding the bad guy and punishing him, the banker who did something nasty, the poor person who borrowed money when he or she couldn't afford a house. Left-wingers have their bad guys, right-wingers have their bad guys, and we want to put them all in jail. What does that do? It simply means that if you take Jamie Dimon at Morgan Stanley and you fire him, his next of, I was about to say kin, his next of bureaucracy will take his place. And
exactly. This all goes back to the thing I was emphasizing earlier about I don't hate the players, I hate the game, right? Don't hate the players because they're forced to play. Hate the game because the game is corrupt and it forces you to play, right? So it's a largely a distraction because at the end of the day, you have a lot of times working class citizens fighting against each other, whether they're on the left or the right. They're working class citizens. They should be on the same side, united, because at the end of the day, they're both being exploited by the same effing class, the capitalist owner, business owner class. So, it's largely a distraction. They want us to fight on the left and right, red versus blue. So we're fighting amongst each other, so we don't see them stealing our money in the form of taxes and wage theft and all sorts of grotesque greed, and stealing our money and sneaking out the back door. So again, this is why I emphasize this is a forbidden science. It's the forbidden science of socioeconomics, right? When you have an economic system that is in total control, the largest economic system, capitalism is so widespread compared to previous economic systems. It's one of the ways it ensures the conditions of its own existence is by snuffing out legitimate criticism. And legitimate criticism is Marxian theory. It is a forbidden form of socioeconomics. It's not taught in mainstream academia. You'll be hard-pressed to find any professor throughout all the prestigious colleges, like as noted by Professor Wolf. You'd be hard-pressed to find anybody willing to even talk about it. It is considered taboo. It is considered taboo because the legitimate criticism has been snuffed out, and it is telling of a larger conspiracy against working class citizens. And that conspiracy is trying to get the left and the right to fight. I don't care what political ideology you are. I don't care who you voted for. I don't care. At the end of the day, what really matters, are you a worker or are you a business owner, right? And that's what divides us more than anything. In terms of what our economic needs are when voting. And if we have workers fighting amongst each other, we don't have the effort needed directed towards the business owner class who is actually manufacturing that fight, stealing our wages and sneaking out the back door while we're too busy arguing amongst each other about stupid social issues. I like to remind people that it's not a coincidence. It's not just some random instance that the Democrats and the Republicans, while they largely disagree on social issues, on economic issues, they're only marginally different, guys. They're both pro-capitalist for a reason. And the fact that there isn't any kind of legitimate criticism to our current capitalist economic system within our political discourse is telling of a conspiracy against the working class. And if you can't see that, then you need to go back to the history books and learn about the socialist movements of the earliest 20th century and what they accomplished and what has been largely undone now.
And be subject to the same system with its rewards, its incentives, and its punishments. If you ask people on the hedge fund business, and I know them real well, why they do what they do, their answer is real simple. Because I'll lose my job if I don't do that. And they're right. That's exactly right. And it's true for all of them. They're behaving according to the rules of the system. And when people behave by the rules of the system, and bad result, it ain't the behavior that's the problem. It's the system, which normally people could think about, but not here. Here we have a taboo. We can't. Strange. You ought to wonder about that and how it's shaped your life. Now let's do a history quickly to show why this crisis is so bad. And we're going to start with 1850. We could go back further. The basic story here is that for the first 150 years, roughly, of our country's history, these two lines went up nicely together. The lower line is a measure of the real wage Americans got. How much money you got for an hour's work, a day's work, a week's work, adjusted for the prices you pay. Because it's not interesting that you have so much money unless that can buy you the things you need. So the real wage is a measurement of the money wage you get adjusted for the prices you pay. So
let me emphasize that there is a difference between the average wage and wages that we see in traditional pro-capitalist academia and statistics, specifically regarding wages. There's a difference between wages, average wages, and real wages, okay? So oftentimes when you have people talking about wages, especially on the right or the business owner class, you have people talking about average wage and not real wage. Now, the real wage, as Professor Wolf has described, is your wage only adjusted for the prices of goods and services at that time using the Consumer Pricing Index, right? It is adjusting your wage for the inflation of prices at that given time. That means if there is 4% inflation in average inflation going on for goods and services in the economy at that time, and your real wage went up and you got a raise by, say, 5%, you actually got more than you received last year, right? So that's what you want to achieve as a worker, and especially in this kind of crazy and stupid, grotesque, greedy, corrupt economy, is you want to try to increase your raises past that rate of inflation. Because if you haven't, or you have gone below the rate of inflation, you've accepted a pay decrease, or you didn't really go anywhere in terms of raises. And that's how a lot of times people are tricked into thinking, oh, hey, I got a nice 2% bump this year, huh? Well, if inflation rates are 4%, you didn't get a 2% bump, man. You got a 2% decrease. So it's sad, but you have to be aware of these terms, and you have to be aware of how to calculate the actual wages you're earning compared to the prices you're paying, and not just the wages you're earning on average. Because that's a gross mistake that a lot of workers make when trying to even, assess financial situations. Say you're expecting a 2% raise next year or whatever. As I said before, if inflation goes up 4%, you didn't accept a 2% raise, you accepted a 2% decrease in wage. Because the amount of goods and services that you could buy with that same wage, the prices for those goods and services went up 4%. So, what good is an extra $2 in your pocket if you have to pay an extra $4 for that gallon of milk next week? See what I'm saying?
If it rises like this from the beginning of our country to around the 1970s, which is what it did, then we have to explain that. That's really interesting. Real wages, what you were able to afford with the wages you were paid, rose steadily in this country for 150 years, at least. That's really interesting for several reasons. One, no other capitalist country was able to do that. Wow. American workers experienced something in American capitalism that workers in capitalisms in England, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, or any place else you pick didn't. For 150 years. Of course, Americans became, there's a wonderful German word, begeistert. It has no English translation. What? Okay, astounded. It's not quite what I want, but close enough. It's as good as I can do. They became, what? No. That's a different issue. Okay, let me stay with English, my mistake. Wages went up, and Americans became absolutely entranced, there we go, with this phenomenon. Religious Americans believed, clearly, that God obviously preferred us to other people, because look what he was doing. Well, and Americans lived in a charmed place. And this is the greatest country in the world. You know, what every American politician has to say to get elected. I'm the greatest country. Obnoxious, right? But we do that because there's partly part of our culture. This is really, and it is exceptional. That's part is right. And Americans got this idea, every generation lives better than the one before. I'm better off than my parents. My kids will be better off than me. And somehow built in. What was why? Why did we have 150 years of wages rising? The answer here is really fundamentally very simple. We had in this country a problem. Everything we needed for a successful capitalist growth was here. We got rid of the local people so there were no competitors. We ethnically cleansed the country. Those that were not dead were put in little reservations off in a corner. You know the story, or you should. Fantastically fertile soil, wonderful climate, 2 oceans, lots of harbors, rich with rivers, full of fish and game, and wonderful. So capitalists who came here, people who came here and wanted to start a business, were able to do it quickly and easily. Everything was in order with one exception. One thing wasn't here enough of: workers. This country had a perpetual labor shortage. And how did you get people from other parts of the world, particularly those parts from which the capitalists themselves came, Europe, to come here? Well, Americans solved the problem in 2 ways. For the southern half of the United States, the solution was African slavery. You brought the people here by buying them, by collecting them through military means and so on, and bringing them to the South. But for the rest of the country, the North, the Midwest, and remember the rest of the country wasn't settled then, you had to do it by raising wages. To make a foreigner in Europe rip up his life or her life, tear herself away from family, friends, culture, religion, geography, and everything else, to make a dangerous trip across the ocean to an unknown place, you've got to provide a lot of incentive to get people to do that in any numbers. So that was done by selling to the Europeans the idea, in America you could start anew and you could do way better than anything you could hope for in your native country, which for 150 years was true. So that the letters sent back by the immigrants brought more immigrants because they validated this story. It turned out for the employer, not only do I have to raise the wages to bring them from Europe, but no sooner do they come here and they realize they can run off into the interior at any time. There's so much free land that they can become, once again, peasants, which is what most of them had been in Europe anyway. They knew how to do that. So you had to raise wages to bring them, and then you had to keep raising wages to keep them. So wages rose. And it worked for capitalists because the upper line, the line of productivity, how much output each worker produced, that was rising too, because people worked hard here, because immigrants were the kind of people who had the extra to come this distance to work real hard, because they were driven hard by their employers, and because they were paid well. They worked. So it was a nirvana capitalism. Rising productivity, rising wages. A capitalism in which both sides were doing real well, catching up and eventually overtaking the older capitalisms in England, above all. Wow. Believing you lived in a charmed country, better than anywhere else. Unbelievable opportunity for working people. You know it all because those of you that are Americans have grown up in that. And now you understand the historic roots. Try to imagine with me quickly then, what happens in the 1970s when all of this stops And it stops in the 1970s because the labor shortage is over, and it never comes back. So let's quickly see what happened. First, the computer. The computer, an important modern invention, replaces huge numbers of people. Think of a grocery store. You once needed an army of 50 inventory people to keep track of how many boxes of Rice Krispies moved off the shelf so you would know when to order more replacements. Now, as you all know, it scans by a computer as your Rice Krispie box goes across the scanner, and somebody sitting in Boise, Idaho can tell you how many boxes of Rice Krispies have to be sent to every grocery store in America, and it can tell you that on an hour-by-hour basis. Computers wiped out the need for millions of people. Number two, by the 1970s, American capitalists had an incentive, of course, to use computers. Because wages had been rising for 150 years, they were higher in America than any other capitalist had. And by the 1970s, the peculiar position of the United States after World War II, when we were the only capitalist country that was left, everything else had been destroyed by the war, that was over. The Japanese and the Germans led the recovery of our competitors. By the 1970s, they were competing. By the 1970s, Americans were getting used to learning new names for cars. Instead of Ford, Chevy, and Chrysler, they learned Toyota, Datsun, and all the rest. So Americans were worried. We're at a disadvantage because our workers get paid too much. Ha-ha! A computer. I get rid of the worker. Who needs the worker? I buy one computer, I can fire 50 high-priced workers. Second thing capitalists did, besides instituting computers, is to move production out of the United States.
So that's another thing I like to emphasize. When we replaced the need for 50 workers with one worker with a computer, we didn't increase the wage of that one worker. Ladies and gentlemen, surprise, surprise, we did not. We kept his wage the same. And that's how, essentially, the capitalists exploited even more out of the worker, right? Because that worker's doing 50 times the amount of work, obviously because there was 50 people and now there's just one. He was doing roughly 50 times the amount of work with one computer. And yet, the company is getting the same amount of surplus value for that work. Now, this means that the company is squeezing even more out of this one person who is getting very little off of the fruits of his effort.
Big time. Where? To where workers hadn't had this experience, which is where? Everywhere else in the world. To take advantage of cheap labor. Why did they do that? That goes back to what I told you. Because the capitalist gets more surplus, the less he has to pay the workers for the work they do. So of course you move from here and reopen the factory in...
So I guess my mic was off. So basically I was just saying he's absolutely right in the fact that computers replace the need for a lot of workers. And oftentimes we see in situations like in the 1970s and 80s when computers were replacing those workers, we wouldn't necessarily see in any development or increase in wage or benefits regarding the worker, right, who was left. So what I mean by that is, okay, so say you're working at a company and you have 50 people doing, some kind of processing for you, and it's creating a certain amount of surplus value that you can exchange for profit. So when you introduce one computer or a person that is utilizing one computer into the situation, as a capitalist, you are trying to cut corners and increase your profits. You did this because you want to eliminate 50 workers and replace them with just one worker and a computer, right? If you're trying to make money, it's a smart move. But did you think about the efforts of that one person who's now doing and producing for you 50 times output than they were before? No, you didn't. And this kind of stagnation is what leads to situations where the workers are no longer able to afford the goods and services they themselves are producing. And that's the internal flaw of capitalism. When you have a system that's predicated on one class of people trying to maximize the difference between how much you work and how much you get paid, obviously, if they're successful, they're going to destroy themselves because they're going to rise at a situation. Eventually, there's a threshold where the workers can't buy back what they are producing, right? And this is, we can see this playing out. And as Professor Wolf likes to describe, China is a superpower, right? Their GDP is almost twice the amount of America's GDP. They're an economic superpower on the rise. And they're starting to scare people because that economic growth is slowing down. But what it's not China that's slowing down. It's China's ability to sell to the rest of the world, because the rest of the world's wages have been depressed for centuries. I'm sorry, for decades, not centuries, for decades, for about 40 to 50 years. And when you don't keep up wages compared to cost of living and inflation, you rise at a situation like this. It's called end-stage capitalism, and it's what Karl Marx predicted over 100 years ago. And to ignore this basic criticism, this basic flaw that we see all around us every day, is kind of ignorant. You know, I don't care what the hell you call it, to make yourself feel better, because I know these words are some of these words are trigger words for a lot of people. I say the word Marxism and their face just turns blue or red, you know, depending on their political bend. So, you should start to think about why you get angry at some of these taboo words, right? Why are they taboo? Why are they controversial? Do I really fully understand the meaning of them, right? Could they be a forbidden knowledge that society doesn't want me to know because the status quo has to be maintained in order for the few in power to maintain their dominant power structure, right? We have a handful of people who own more wealth than they can spend in multiple lifetimes. You know, in a situation where economies thrive off of spreading wealth from one hand to another, not hoarding it.
Shanghai. Of course, Starbucks is opening more new coffee shops in China than it is in the United States now. Of course. You know what you have to pay a coffee producer and a barista in Shanghai?
I mean, there's a lot of isms. I mean, there's Ayn Randism. I'm sure some of the pro-capitalists like to throw Ayn Rand into the mix, and that's basically an ideology, in my opinion, of selfishness. And if you want to go that route, that's fine with me. Just don't confront me with Ayn Randism, because as I've said, it's a system, or an ideology rather, of selfishness and selfish intent. And I'm about community-driven progress. You know, I'm about community and collectivism rather than individualism, right? It's the collective need over the individual. What does Spock always say? The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few or the one, right? So in terms of religious sacrifices and adhering to the Christian principles that I actually agree to, that's just me being a good Christian in that sense. Do unto others. And capitalism is antithetical to Christianity, the true form of Christianity, in my opinion. So. And what I mean by the true form of Christianity is just listening to the tenets of Jesus Christ and ignoring all of the fluff.
And more or less nothing. I mean, it's more than nothing. They have to live, but not much more. And by American standards, fantastic. So, two other things happen. Not only are jobs disappearing because the computer and export of jobs is happening, but suddenly more Americans, or people in America, are looking for work. First and most important, adult, white women move into the paid labor force by the millions starting in the 1970s. Whether you call that women's liberation, or you call that a changing culture, or whatever you call it, there's a movement of a whole new part of our population who used to define themselves as mothers, homemakers, and wives.
And while that was amazing to see women get out of the household and out of the domestic prisons that they were kept in and into the economy more, it is noting that the reason, or in my opinion, one of the main reasons that happened, or they had that push for that movement, is specifically because the wages were being depreciated. Again, we had for 150 years increase in wages that were pretty good compared to inflation. Now, that means people's material environments, their material conditions were increasing. Every year they would get a little better, and they would think, oh, the system of capitalism is working, right? But as jobs began to become outsourced in the 1970s by computers and to different countries like China, we began to depreciate those wages. And the golden era of American economics disappeared. And what I mean by the golden era of economics in the 1950s, you could have one household be sustained by one income. You know, the father would go to work, the mother would stay home, and the children wouldn't have to worry about paying for college or any of that nonsense that we have today. It's all a scam, right? We've substituted the difference with what should have been increasing for wages for workers for overtime and debt. Right? Debt for school, debt for health care, debt for our transportation, all sorts of different kinds of new debt that we've never seen before. Credit card debt didn't exist before the 1970s. So if you want to think radically and go to the root of problems, this is the root, the economic system and all its externalities, right? And it's disgusting when you actually open your eyes and you realize the obvious flaws that nobody else can see, because a lot of people are indoctrinated to look the other way. They don't want to see the other way. It's too uncomfortable to think about things critically like this.
And all of that, and they want a job now. They want a job out there in the world, just like the men do.
Hey, what's up, Sheeny?
So they're coming in huge numbers. And finally, we have yet another wave of immigration for a whole host of reasons, but not from Europe this time, mostly from Latin America. Coming in, looking for work, women looking for work at a time when the computer and export of jobs, the labor shortage is over. The supply of workers now exceeds the demand. And what does every capitalist do, whether or not he's ever gone to a business school? He realizes, I don't have to raise wages anymore, ever. I got loads of people who want a job and can't find one. If any of my workers complain that I've stopped raising wages, I say to them, have a nice day. There's 400 people out there who would take your job tomorrow. So be real quiet, and I won't slam the door on you. And you know something? Most employers don't have to tell that to workers. They already figured it out. Notice this line? That's the line of real wages in the United States. They stopped rising in the 1970s, and they never resumed again. Oh my God. An American people who believe they're in a promised land, a land cherished by God, where it's their birthright to do better, to have a higher standard of living, to promise their children the American dream, can't do it because the wages to pay for it aren't there. American workers do two things. By the way, why? Because what I'm showing you, these graphs, was never discussed in the United States. No national conversation. Wasn't begun by the president at the time, by the Congress, by the leading opinion makers, by the universities. Nothing. So this horrible change in our situation was experienced by the American people the way they experience most social changes, as if it were an individual problem. Your wages aren't going up, you're a dummy. You didn't take the right courses. You don't have the right degrees. You don't work hard enough.
You need to get another job. If you don't like your wages, just get another job. Be exploited by somebody else.
And Americans felt bad.
Crap.
They blamed themselves. We are the leading country on earth to do that, and we blamed ourselves. So what did Americans do? They responded to the end of rising wages by making more people go out and work. Another reason for the adult women to get out there, because if the family was going to have the American dream, it now needed two people working full-time, not just one. Old people came out of retirement. Teenagers learned to...
That whole pick yourself up by the bootstraps mentality, it's just reminding me that that kind of mentality is analogous to playing a carny game that's rigged and then having the carny yell at you because you lost and saying it's your own damn fault. Pick yourself up by the bootstraps and try again. Try harder, buddy, because at the end of the day, even though the game is rigged, you lost because it's your own damn fault. You didn't try hard enough. That makes no sense. That kind of argument doesn't have a leg to fucking stand on.
The joys of a Saturday job, etc. Today, Americans do, according to the OECD, a major research association, Americans do more hours of paid labor per year, on average, than any other working class in any country on this planet.
Literally work ourselves to death.
Ourselves to death.
Exactly.
And that's a reaction to this. But that didn't solve the problem. It didn't make enough extra money. Because in our strange society, when women go out to work, it turns out that the family has a whole bunch of new expenses. The mother who stayed home made all the food. When she works a regular job, she can't do that. So now we buy, you know, fast food. It's expensive. It's expensive. And mother has to have a transportation. We don't have a public transportation system in this country, in 90% of our country, so it meant a second car. She has to have another set of clothes to go out and work in the office. You put it all together, the net income left after her income with all the extra expenses can't solve the problem. So the American working class becomes a new pioneer. Not anymore crossing the continental United States. We did that a century earlier. The working class of America becomes the first working class in modern history to borrow a quantity of money for its regular daily life that no other working class had ever imagined, let alone undertaken. You in this room are used to going into a bodega in New York City when it's hot and you want a bottle of water and handing someone a credit card. That means you're borrowing the money for the bottle of water. That's a level of credit use and debt that's unheard of in the history of the human race. Americans went into debt. They borrowed. They kept borrowing. Okay, you don't need a PhD in economics. You really don't. Take it from someone who has one. You don't.
And that's the thing that I also like to emphasize is you really don't need to be an extreme academic or very smart to understand these are concepts are simple, right? This concept of economic systems having internal contradictions that they eventually succumb to and lead to instability. It's not that hard to understand. These are basic concepts. They've just been forbidden and tabooed so much that we don't want to think about them. But if we stop and think about things for just a little bit, we kind of can piece together the bigger picture and understand not just, oh, this theory or that theory, it doesn't matter what we have, it will always devolve into corruption and greed. No. Why? Why does it always devolve into corruption and greed? What is the root of the success of that corruption and greed? Why does the corruption and greed not only exist, but why does it succeed, right? And again, the dialectical analysis, observing the interactions between those two opposing forces, and then observing the created changes over time gives us our clear answer.
Don't need it.
I'm going to end this in a few minutes, but I do want to remind everybody I have a Patreon, and if you'd like to support me at this moment, because I do not have the ability to claim unemployment due to a stupid technicality, basically, they took away my unemployment. And I am really struggling right now as I transition into a new job. So if anybody wants to support me, they can do that on my Patreon. That is patreon.com/BeneficenceTV. And I do offer a whole host of awesome things for my Patreon supporters as well, because I do appreciate you guys. You've actually kept us, the show running, despite significant financial troubles that we've gone through over this year. You all have kept this channel alive and the message strong. So I really appreciate everything from everybody. And if you'd like to help support me, you can do that with my Patreon, and I also have other methods in the description of the video. I do plan on releasing a new episode of Divine Science. However, I do not have a time frame for that at the time. I want to get it out as fast as possible, but I cannot commit to an actual date as to when the next episode is going to be. I can tell you that it will be on the Rodent Coil. It will be our official Divine Science episode on the Rodent Coil. It will go over everything from the inception, the history, kind of documentary style, and along with some of the open sourced methods and technology that me and Michael have been working on over the past couple months. So it's going to include all that fun stuff. But for now, let's just continue with Richard Wolff while I get ready to end the stream and get ready for the Fringe Think Tank tonight. Again, I really appreciate everybody for sticking with me and bearing with me on these introductory classes. We will be getting into some more advanced economics in the near future. But for now, I just wanted to lay a foundation for people to understand some of the basics and have a context going forward. Because, again, there's a lot of information here. A lot of it is misunderstood, and even more of it has been intentionally or ill-informed. And there has been a conceited effort by a lot in the mainstream academic realms to suppress this information regarding the forbidden science of analyzing capitalism's internal contradictions via a Marxian lens. And with that, I will continue Richard Wolff's lecture for just a few more minutes.
But if you keep borrowing and your wages are flat, pretty soon you're going to be in a lot of trouble.
Thanks,
because
Jalapeno.
the wage is what you have to pay back.
I just want to say, Jalapeno's been with me since almost the start, and he has been on this rocky journey, laughing and crying alongside me. So you've been a good friend and a good supporter. I really appreciate you, man.
Accumulate. And if the wage is going nowhere and your debts are going up, then say by, I don't know, 2007, you're busted. You're done. The American working class in 2007 is dead. It can't. It hasn't got the wages, and it can't borrow any more money because it can't pay back the money it already borrows. It can't. That's why the crisis lingers, because the mass purchasing power of the United States is exhausted by a history of the whole country, not just by the last couple years. Now, quickly, let's look at it from the capitalist point of view. How have the years since the 1970s been for them? Spectacular. Unbelievably good. Best time ever in the history of American capitalism. Why? Real simple. The upper line, productivity. Workers became more productive over the last 30 years, just as they had become more productive in the earlier years. Why? A worker with a computer can do more things in an hour than a worker without one. Not a tough one. Workers' education was getting better. Workers' discipline was getting better. Capitalists were driving their workers harder. For all those reasons, productivity. And what is productivity? The amount of goods and services a worker can deliver to the boss per hour of his or her work. Your productivity, how much stuff you can produce. Okay, again, remember, I promise you don't need a PhD. If for the last 35 years, the wages were flat, what is a wage? It's what the boss gives you for coming to work. Flat. What productivity is what you give the boss when you work. It goes up. Okay, come on. You can see where we're going, right? The surplus, what you produce over and above what you get out of what you produce, that's the difference between these two lines. That's what the surplus is. That's what these lines measure. So the surplus goes nuts in the last 35 years. We have the greatest peacetime stock market boom we've ever had in our country. Of course, the stock market is the people who get pieces of this surplus. That's what they do when they buy and sell stocks. What do the capitalists do? They can't get over it. It's like they were born at the exact right moment. or not born, but I mean arrived at being the head of Dipsy Doodle Corporation, and this is as true on Wall Street as it is on Main Street, a distinction that only in the American imaginary could figure as important. Every capitalist took advantage of this. I don't have to pay my workers anymore because we don't have a labor shortage anymore. But I can get out of them as much as another computer and another pressure can generate. They all did that. The little ones with 6 workers, all of whom they know by their first name, and the big corporation with 10,000 employees. They all did it the same. They're all equally coupable, as the French would say. Guilty, guilty. Okay, so they're sitting on a mountain of money getting bigger. What do they do with it? They have to speed up a little now, quickly. But I can see I have your attention, so I'll play with it. Number one, the capitalists looked at this situation and they were smart. They did not make the analysis I'm presenting to you. Because that would make them what? The leeches who cashed in on a social situation that made wages stop rising. They wouldn't like to think of themselves as leeches. Most people don't. So they came up with a different story. Ready? Here it was. The reason corporations are making all this mountain of money is because they're led by entrepreneurial geniuses. No, I mean it real seriously. Those of you that are a little bit older, you remember names like Lee Iacocca or Jack Welch. Iacocca was the head of Chrysler or Ford or one of them. Jack Welch was the head of GE. We began to have, in the 1970s and 80s, all these books about these fantastic corporate executives who were making all this money. They were telling a story that they did something. I always thought that was wonderful, because if it was their genius that was making money then, it must have been their stupidity that was preventing it back there. That was an implication they didn't worry about. There was method to their madness, and madness it was. Because of course, if the reason the company is making a ton of money is the great leadership of the top executive, rather than the end of a labor shortage, then it would be reasonable for the top executive to say, pay me, because I'm the one who's making all the money. In the 1970s, the average of what a CEO got in relationship to the average wage of a worker was 43 to 1. Last year, it was over 400 to 1. You understand the difference? You understand the difference?
That's an extraordinary.
So the first thing that this mountain of surplus was used for was to create a whole new class of super rich people who either were top executives or had shares in the companies and were given big dividends and so forth as this situation exploded. They're the people that live in the right neighborhoods, that have the co-ops in Tribeca, the houses in the Hamptons, and so on, okay? Second thing that was done with the surplus: expand the movement of jobs out of the country. For an American corporation to close a factory in Schenectady or to close an office in the Bronx and move to China is very scary too. It's kind of the reverse scare of an immigrant coming here. It's dangerous, it's risky, you don't quite know. It's something you hesitate to do unless you're flush with money. A good part of this money was used to keep the whole system going by moving production out of the country because they could afford it now. They had the money to take those risks. And that's when you see the acceleration of moving businesses to India, China, and all the rest. Third, money was used by these wealthy people, top CEOs, and the people becoming very rich because they were the top CEOs. They understood something which wealthy people have always understood. If your society, especially one like ours that celebrated that we're all in the middle class and everybody's more or less equal, if you suddenly wrench this society into a polarizing rich and poor, the way we have done for 30 years, which is why Occupy Wall Street did that 1%, 99% slogan. If you do that, the 1% understand the ultimate problem capitalism has always had, just like feudalism and slavery had it too. If a tiny number of people have a ton of stuff, and a vast number of people don't, you're going to have trouble. and especially in a society where the political system, at least on paper, says everybody gets a vote, which we do. So then rich people understand we're screwing the hell out of them really well, the mass of people in the economy. But they may decide to use the political system to undo the screwing they're getting in the economic system. They might use their control of politics, they have the votes, to get the taxes changed, to get the government spending changed, to get everything changed, to get back politically what they lost on the job. So the only way the wealthy can protect themselves is they've got to control the politics. And over the last 30 years, that's what they did. They bought it, because that's what they had, money. And they went in and they bought the parties and they bought the politics. You know all that. You don't need me for that. Meanwhile, the mass of people, because, remember what I told you about how they reacted to this situation? They sent more people out to work. They borrowed more money. The average American family is freaked out. It's working too many hours. Mm-hmm. It's got no time to do anything. It's worried sick about its debts. The emotional life of the family, which used to be held together by the mother, can't be because she's as exhausted from her work as the father is. And he never learned how to do it anyway. But it's a very serious problem. The family is falling apart. 30 years ago, the standard comedic program on an evening TV was a wonderfully intact family. Mm-hmm. Remember Ricky Nelson and the other family? The father goes out to work, the mother waits for him with a big smile when he comes home with a briefcase, and they all have dinner together with the dog. Today, we turn on the television, what do we see? A couple who can't stand each other.
Two broke girls. We see our economic despair reflected in all of these programmings, and even like programs like The Purge. If you've ever seen the movie The Purge, that's a perfect, stark reflection of a dystopian extension of what we're seeing from capitalism's externalities right now. Right? A direct result of the rich getting richer and trying to maintain that wealth and power by controlling the narrative, essentially. You want the puppet on the left or the puppet on the right. You know, it doesn't matter if you have freedom of choice. If both your options are controlled, it's not freedom of choice. And with that, we are going to end the stream. I really appreciate everybody who stuck through this, especially Jalapeno and Mike Does. Sheeny, Fast Ed, Aurorian, you're a little bit of a new supporter, and I appreciate you for stopping by. And Good Heart Guardian, you have some really amazing comments and suggestions. So I hope you guys return later today. We are doing an episode of the Fringe Think Tank podcast, which is another form of forbidden science. However, we will be focusing on science and technology and rather than socioeconomics. I try to keep those two things separate because I know and I understand that my views are a little controversial and not everybody agrees, and that's fine. That's okay. We're not all going to agree. I'd like to get us to a place where we can be comfortable with not agreeing and still listen to each other and hear each other out in a civil manner. Yeah, with that, cheers, Jalapeno. I really appreciate all the love and support. We appreciate everybody. So with that, have a good night, and I'll see you in a couple hours for the Fringe Think Tank if you are down for that. So, peace.
Remember, if you like my content, please consider subscribing and hitting the like button on my videos. Comments and any form of engagement dramatically help us break through the YouTube algorithm. I also have a website with research on the Thunderstorm engine, plasmoid technology, and do-it-yourself guides for Malcolm Bendel's Retrofit, courtesy of Jordan from Alchemical Science and the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project. Check out my store for exclusive merchandise along with our forum, where you can post questions, share videos, and join in the community to help destigmatize all forms of forbidden knowledge. Don't forget to check out Jordan's channel Alchemical Science and Bob Greenier from the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project YouTube channel. They're on the cutting edge of cold fusion technology. More updates on that coming soon.